charge and then I will resign. That's like how they did for this thing. So if the people who are seeking my resignation should answer, why didn't Mr. Bombay resign when the PSI scam happened? Why didn't Mr. Argagnanendra resign when the PSI scam happened? Yesterday lakhs of people wrote exams and there's a problem only with close to around 120 people.
The remarks have triggered sharp political reactions, with the BJP accusing the Congress of mocking students instead of addressing their concerns. BJP MP Sudhanshu Trivedi said Priyank Kharge's statement exposes what he described as the Congress party's pro-student mask, while claiming its real approach is anti-protest and anti-student.
Now in Karnataka, when their minister, a very important minister, who is also son of Congress President Shri Mallikarjun Kharge, Mr. Priyank Kharge, when he was asked to take the responsibility of the anomalies which were taken place in the veterinary entrance examination and the police recruitment examination, and in a utterly dastardly, insensitive manner, he said that if you want to ask for my resignation, first sit for an hunger strike for 25 days, face the lathi charge, then I can think of tendering my resignation. This shows the sheer arrogance and the sheer insensitivity and the crooked politics on the issue of student concerns.
The BJP also linked the controversy to the examination scam in Jharkhand, alleging that despite student protests, the Congress-backed government has remained silent. The party said students in Karnataka and Jharkhand deserve answers over examination irregularities rather than political remarks. As the controversy intensifies, the debate has now shifted from examination irregularities to the political response towards students demanding accountability.
A parliamentary panel has taken up the issue of the temporary removal of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's video from Meta's platform. During a meeting of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communications and Information Technology, Meta officials expressed regret and apologized, saying the removal was due to an error. However, committee members reportedly said an apology alone was not enough and sought accountability. Take a look.
A parliamentary panel has questioned Meta over the removal of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's video from its platform. According to sources, Meta officials told the committee the video was removed due to an error and apologized for the incident. Sources say the committee members asked why the Prime Minister's video was removed while other objectionable content remained online. Members also reportedly sought details of the action taken by Meta against those responsible and on objectionable content hosted on its platforms. After the meeting, committee chairman and BJP MP Dr. Nishikant Dubey said that the committee wants an apology from Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg.
जो मेटा इंडिया ने किया, जो एक्स ने किया, जो यूट्यूब ने किया, वो देश को जानने लायक है कि बीजेपी, कांग्रेस, समाजवादी पार्टी, आम आदमी पार्टी सभी के यदि एल्गोरिदम में व्यूअरशिप को देख लीजिए तो वो व्यूअरशिप जो है केवल 23 मिलियन, और जो न रजिस्टर्ड पार्टी है न रजिस्टर्ड एनजीओ है, स्ट्रीट पर किसी तरह के बहकावे में है, उसका जो एल्गोरिदम है वो 27 मिलियन। सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी मिलकर 23-24 मिलियन पर है, वो अकेले वहाँ। अभी एंटी रिजर्वेशन एक फोरम बना है 5-6 दिन पहले, वो 7 मिलियन, और उसका कारण है कि इनकी एक पॉलिसी है कि ये नए लोगों को तरजीह देंगे तो पुराने लोगों को तरजीह देंगे।
The meeting also reviewed the functioning and regulation of major digital platforms including Google, X, Snapchat, YouTube and Meta. As Parliament intensifies scrutiny of digital platforms, the focus remains on accountability, content moderation and compliance with India's regulatory framework.
Now, students in Jharkhand have been protesting for over a week, with thousands gathering in Ranchi over allegations of irregularities in the state's recruitment process. The movement, led by aspirants, is centered around concerns over paper leaks, examination delays, missing cut-off marks and demands for greater transparency in government job recruitments. The protesters are seeking a CBI probe and reforms in the recruitment system. The issue has also triggered a political face-off, with BJP leaders questioning the silence of opposition leaders who had earlier raised similar concerns during protests in Delhi. Take a look.
The youth-led agitation was triggered by allegations of question paper leaks, the absence of cut-off marks, and repeated delays in the recruitment examination process. Addressing the media last night, the protesters warned that if their demands are not met, Chief Minister Hemant Soren should resign.
वो छात्र अपने जेन्युइन डिमांड के लिए पिछले 7-8 साल में झारखंड पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन, झारखंड स्टाफ सिलेक्शन कमीशन में केवल भाई भतीजावाद और भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है। जो झारखंड के बच्चे हैं वो जेन्युइनली नौकरी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, उनको नौकरी नहीं मिल पा रही है। जो गरीब बच्चे हैं उनको तो और भी नहीं मिल रही है। इसके लिए झारखंड में लगातार आंदोलन चल रहा है और मेरा आप लोगों से आग्रह होगा कि आप लोग इन चीज़ों को दिखाइए कि जेन्युइन छात्र का आंदोलन क्या होता है, कांग्रेस का असली चेहरा क्या है, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा का असली चेहरा क्या है, समाजवादी पार्टी का असली चेहरा क्या है।
The students are demanding a CBI probe into the alleged irregularities, the cancellation of the 14 JPSC examination, and transparent recruitment reforms. Protesters and student wings have also warned of laying siege to the Jharkhand Legislative Assembly on August 10, 2026, if their demands continue to be ignored. Leaders of the CJP, who had been vocal during the protests at Jantar Mantar over similar issues, are now conspicuously absent from the demonstrations in Jharkhand. Even as the student movement gathers momentum in Jharkhand, the opposition has maintained silence over the ongoing agitation.
जिन्होंने सत्र का 2 सप्ताह चलने नहीं दिया इसी नीट की परीक्षाओं को लेकर के, आज झारखंड की सड़कों पे जिस तरह से वहाँ के की छात्र युवा आंदोलित हैं, आज क्यों चुप है राहुल? आज प्रियंका क्यों चुप है? आज समाजवादी पार्टी क्यों चुप है?
The BJP has questioned why opposition leaders who had strongly backed the CJP protests at Jantar Mantar have not extended similar support to the agitation in Jharkhand over comparable issues.
झारखंड के विद्यार्थी पिछले 8-10 दिन से राजधानी रांची में धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। हजारों हजार की संख्या में हैं, सभी गरीब हैं और उन सभी का आरोप यह है कि झारखंड राज्य जो एक सर्विस कमीशन है उसकी परीक्षाओं के पेपर लीक हुए। आज पूरा झारखंड का विद्यार्थी समुदाय जब इतने बड़े आंदोलन में शामिल है तो पूरे विपक्ष में सन्नाटा छाया हुआ है।
Meanwhile, the Congress has accused the BJP of sponsoring the protests in Ranchi, alleging that the issue is being politicized instead of addressing the concerns raised by the students.
प्रदेश का कांग्रेस का कमेटी ने उसके ऊपर रिएक्ट किया होगा और बीजेपी और आरएसएस वाले इसके पूरी इस स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट का, दिल्ली का स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट का नलिफाई करने के लिए साजिशों में लगे हुए हैं। आरएसएस पीछे लगी हुई है। आरएसएस का काम ही है ये जेन्युइन प्रोटेस्ट का, ये लोगों इनका पूरी तांत्रिक यूज करके डाइवर्ट करने के लिए।
Chief Minister Hemant Soren has remained silent on the students' demands, despite having made strong remarks during the CJP protests. As the agitation intensifies and political parties continue to trade allegations, the focus remains on whether the students' concerns will be addressed or continue to become a subject of political confrontation.
The crackdown on examination fraud continues in Maharashtra. In the Bhiwandi teacher eligibility test paper leak case, all 15 arrested accused have been sent to judicial custody till August 17. The case, which exposed an alleged racket to manipulate the TET examination, has once again raised concerns over the integrity of recruitment exams and the need for stricter safeguards.
The investigation into the Bhiwandi teacher eligibility test paper leak has entered its next phase, with all 15 accused now sent to judicial custody. The accused were produced before the court after the completion of their police custody. The magistrates' court remanded all 15 to judicial custody till August 17th. Police say that the case revolves around an alleged racket that attempted to compromise the integrity of the teacher eligibility test by leaking examination papers and facilitating unfair means. Investigators have so far arrested 15 people and are probing whether the network extends beyond Maharashtra, including possible links to organized examination fraud syndicates. The case comes amid heightened nationwide scrutiny over paper leaks and recruitment exam irregularities, with the governments promising tougher laws and faster investigations to curb such crimes. With the accused now in judicial custody, investigators are expected to continue tracing the wider network behind the alleged paper leak and identify any additional beneficiaries or masterminds.
All right, viewers, now let's move ahead and get you all the top national developments now in National Wraps. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar met Uzbekistan's Foreign Minister Bakhtiar Saidov to review the India-Uzbekistan strategic partnership. The two leaders discussed cooperation in energy, infrastructure, trade, defense, education and regional issues, while reaffirming their commitment to strengthening bilateral ties. A major anti-corruption crackdown has unfolded in Odisha's Sundargarh district, where an RTO traffic inspector has been caught allegedly accepting a bribe. The Vigilance Department arrested Mukesh Kumar Mishra red-handed while he was allegedly taking 20,000 rupees from a truck owner in exchange for processing official work. Now, following the arrest, officials later recovered over 14 lakh rupees in cash during a search of his residence, with further investigations now underway. Jammu and Kashmir Police, also with the State Disaster Response Force, have rescued people and their livestock after they were trapped in flash floods in Poonch district. The rescue operation was launched after heavy rainfall caused the Betar drain to overflow, leaving those stranded amid rising waters. Heavy rainfall lashed several high-altitude areas of Rajouri district, including Gambhir, Mughlan, Manjakote, Thana Mandi and Darhal. Authorities have advised residents to remain alert and avoid rivers, streams and landslide-prone areas as the wet weather continues. All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news development. Let's go across to that breaking news development. We are getting to know that Telegram app has been removed from the iOS App Store worldwide. And Apple has not provided a reason for the removal, and neither Apple nor Telegram has issued an official statement at the time of writing. Existing installations appear to remain functional. Now, new downloads are blocked. So something big has happened, and especially when it comes to Telegram. Telegram was in news, especially in India, during the paper leaks, during the NEET paper leak and other paper leaks, and was used as a medium of communication to exchange the leaked question papers and the other details. But this action is big, and we're getting to know that it has been blocked. It has been blocked, and no further new downloads are possible. And existing installs keep running, and new downloads are blocked. Telegram has been removed from iOS App Store worldwide. No reason has been provided by Apple for Telegram's removal, and no official word from Telegram or Apple has been received yet. So existing installations appear to remain functional. But however, this is big, this is huge. Telegram has been removed from the iOS App Store worldwide. Neither Apple nor Telegram has issued an official statement. This is big because the Telegram has been removed from the iOS App Store worldwide. Also in India, it was under scrutiny, it was under scanner because of its usage for communications and the way communication was possible, and sharing of large data as it is possible in Telegram. So that was also under scrutiny in India. And now we are getting to know that Telegram has been blocked, and it is not available in iOS or Apple. This is this big breaking news development that we are getting. Now existing installations appear to remain functional. So new downloads are blocked, existing downloads are functional, and Apple has apparently pulled Telegram worldwide and explained nothing. All right, for more details, I'm being joined by Ishita from the newsroom with all the latest updates on the story. Ishita, this is a big development that we are tracking right now of Telegram being blocked by iOS, by Google Play Store also. We'll have to wait and watch for more details, because specifically we're getting to know it has been blocked by iOS specifically in this case. But what more details, Ishita?
Right. In fact, Shriram, we have seen that Telegram's role has come under scrutiny worldwide, and now we're looking at a very big step being taken by Apple as it's now been removed from its App Store, we understand, worldwide. Now, one thing that I need to emphasize for our viewers as well, that existing installations will not be impacted, but one cannot essentially download Telegram from the Apple iStores now. One needs to understand that the reason behind this has not been out yet. Neither Apple nor Telegram has given out an official statement on the step being taken, but we understand that worldwide Apple has pulled, in fact, Telegram from its application stores. We understand existing applications will not be impacted, so anyone who has downloaded Telegram already in their phone will not get impacted, but otherwise you will not be able to download Telegram from iOS stores anymore. So it's a big step against Telegram being taken by Apple. Of course, the reason will come out in a short while from now, but as of now, no official word has come in from either Apple or Telegram regarding the removal of a Telegram worldwide from its stores.
All right, thanks a lot, Ishita. Keep track of all the developments. In this case, we'll come back to you as more details emerge. But specifically, this is for the iOS, not for Google Play Store, that we are getting to know initially where it has been blocked. It has been blocked. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguards for Meta platforms, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं.
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए. मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ. खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना. प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए. मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ.
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया.
All right, viewers, coming up next, India officially wins the bid to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games. Ahmedabad all set to host the Games.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े. चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran.
Jharkhand students announced assembly gherav on August 10. Says protests will continue until all demands over alleged exam irregularities are met. Agitating Jharkhand students begin an indefinite hunger strike today. Pressure mounts on Congress-backed government to act. Parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguards for Meta platforms, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize.
Mr. Priyank Khadge, this shows the sheer arrogance and the sheer insensitivity and the crooked politics on the issue of student concerns. So the mask was there in Delhi and the real face was there in Bengaluru.
BJP launches a sharp attack on Priyank Kharge over his remarks on students undergoing protests over exam scams in Karnataka. Donald Trump issues a fresh warning to Iran, says the blockade will continue until a deal or total surrender is reached. India officially wins the bid to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games. Ahmedabad all set to host the Games. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development which we are getting from POJK, where unarmed protesters gathered at Lal Chowk in the heart of Muzaffarabad, the capital of POJK, which came under intense firing by Pakistani Rangers and Frontier Corps personnel at around 4:30 p.m. local time yesterday evening. Now, meanwhile, another video has emerged from the area where security personnel are setting fire to civilian motorcycles in Makri, Muzaffarabad. But look at these visuals. We'll play the nats. Yeah.
ये जदीद की नस्ल के काम देखे, ये अपनी आवाम पे नहीं आती आवाम पे ये लगातार फाइट कर रहे हैं। ये जख्मी इनको इसी टाइम इसको एक को गोली लग गई है। ये देखें, लगातार इनके बगैरों के काम, ये यजीद की नस्ल के काम देखें। यहाँ ये देख ले, लगातार फायर हो रहे हैं। ये देखें, पीछे हो जाओ, अपने आप को बचा के, शाबाश। ये देखें, लगातार बेगैरत के बच्चों ने, ये देख सकते हैं आप, माशाल्लाह से ये देखें, ये आवाम की हिम्मत देखें। इस टाइम भी ये देखें, एक भाई को और मजीद गोली लगी है। ये देखें यहाँ, ये देख ले, लगातार फायर हो रहे हैं। ये देखें, पीछे हो जाओ, अपने आप को बचा के, शाबाश। ये देखें, लगातार बेगैरत के बच्चों ने, ये देख सकते हैं आप, माशाल्लाह से ये देखें, ये आवाम की हिम्मत देखें। इस टाइम भी
All right, so this is the situation, ladies and gentlemen. The protesters are being shot at. Many were killed. The full magnitude of the intensity of the crackdown by the brutal Pakistani terrorist regime is also not out. And look at this terrorist. This is the Pakistani Ranger, more violent than the terrorists across the globe. And he's setting the motorcycles on fire, the vehicles of the protesters on fire, the vehicles of civilians, innocent civilians on fire. And they are killing them, damaging their property, burning their motorcycles, and then later they will allege that these were the protesters who went on a rampage, and this is the reality of the protest. The protests are peaceful. But this is these are the Pakistani Rangers and Pakistani forces who are burning vehicles, attacking civilians, and then when chaos erupts, then they blame the protesters. And the foreign media also, ladies and gentlemen, it needs to be highlighted that the foreign media has been blocked. Their reportage has been blocked in POJK. Big channels who were reporting from POJK, they have been blocked in POJK so that the real picture doesn't come out. The real images of the brutal crackdown of the brutal Pakistani terrorist regime does not come out. So that's the motive of this Pakistani army of the Field Marshal Asim Munir, and this is a Pak army burning, setting motorcycles ablaze. And let's go to the audio also. We have audio. Let's listen into what's actually happening in POJK.
अपने आप को बचा के, शाबाश। ये देखें, लगातार बेगैरत के बच्चों ने, ये देख सकते हैं आप, माशाल्लाह से ये देखें, ये आवाम की हिम्मत देखें। इस टाइम भी ये देखें, एक भाई को और मजीद गोली लगी।
देखें लगातार यहाँ पे फायरिंग हो रही है। ये मुजफ्फराबाद की आपको हालत बता रहे हैं, ऊपर अदालत चौक के ये मनाजिर है लगातार आपको दिखाए जा रहे हैं। और ये पुलिस की बगैरत के बच्चे लगातार फायरिंग कर रहे हैं, ये शेर फाइट कर रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं और ये गोलियां लग चुकी है। ये देखें, ये सामने आपके ये गोलियां लग चुकी है। ये यजीद की नस्ल के काम देखें, ये अपनी अवाम पे न्याती अवाम पे ये लगातार फाइट कर रहे हैं। ये जख्मी इनको इसी टाइम इसको एक को गोली लग गई है। ये देखें लगातार इनके बगैरतों के काम, ये यजीद की नस्ल के काम देखें।
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that breaking news development. As per reports that we are getting right now, we're getting to know that several WhatsApp accounts have been placed under review. They have been put under review. So the instant messaging application WhatsApp on Monday has placed multiple accounts, including those in India, under review for 24 hours and blocked all the app features, prompting several affected users to flag the issue through social media. When contacted, a WhatsApp spokesperson said, "We are always working to stay ahead of those trying to abuse our service and ban accounts to help keep other users safe. Now, sometimes we get this wrong, and if we do, we try to fix it as quickly as possible to get people back to chatting." Now, the disruption was highlighted around 8 p.m. When users started facing the issue without any prior warning from the Meta Group's messaging app. So this is the big report that we are getting, where several accounts have been put under review by WhatsApp, and the statement has also come from WhatsApp in this regard, that they do this from time to time to make sure that there's no misuse of WhatsApp. So that's the statement that is coming from WhatsApp in this regard, where we are getting to know that several users have said also that their account has been put under review. Now, when contacted, a WhatsApp spokesperson said that we are always working to stay ahead of those who are trying to abuse our service and ban accounts to help keep other users safe. All right, viewers, let's move ahead to another big breaking news development that we are getting. This of the West Asian conflict. Now, fire erupts after powerful explosions in North Kuwait, where US base is directly hit. As per the claims of the IRGC, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which has attacked a US military base in Kuwait, and the attack was carried out using at least 3 drones. So, Iran is attacking US military bases around the Middle East, and it continues to do so. And we have the visuals, exclusive visuals on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is a US base in Kuwait which has been hit. This is the base that was hit, and as per the IRGC is claiming a successful strike at the US base in Kuwait, and they have posted this video, they have released this video, which you're watching exclusively on Republic. Now, IRGC says that they have attacked the US military base in Kuwait, and the attack was carried out using at least 3 drones. So back-to-back drone attacks at this US base in Kuwait, and this is Donald Trump who is saying that talks are underway and that we are hopeful there will be talks, and he's warning Iran, and Iran seems to be adamant on attacking US bases in the Middle Eastern region, and this war has stretched far from what it should have been, and it's now spiraling out of control, have reached a point of no return, where Iran has attacked once again a US base in Kuwait. Visuals exclusive on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, used 3 drones, and this attack was carried out by IRGC, and this US base in Kuwait was hit by the IRGC's drones, ladies and gentlemen. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news development, and this is the trouble that the seafarers face in the Strait of Hormuz and Oman. A cargo ship radioed for help of the coast of Oman after being struck on the Hormuz route. Iran has declared off limits. Now, UK MTO reports that the vessel 20 nautical miles northeast of Al-Khasab, Oman, that it had been hit by a projectile. Now, these are the latest developments that we are getting of a ship, the vessel being hit by the IRGC, and a cargo ship has radioed for help off Oman after being struck on the Hormuz route, now which Iran has declared off limits. And UK MTO reports the vessel 20 nautical miles northeast of Al-Khazab, Oman, and that it had been hit by a projectile. So we'll have to wait for the official confirmation on which side claims responsibility for this attack, because many a times it was Iran which has conducted strikes against commercial vehicles, but also America also does that. It has also hit many commercial vehicles when they say that they're not following our orders, that because it's our blockade, it's not Iran's blockade, when Iran claims that it's their blockade. All right, viewers, now let's move ahead and get you all the other international developments now in international wraps. Heavy rain triggered flooding across parts of northern New Jersey as powerful storms swept through the tri-state area. Swollen rivers and overflowing streams forced residents in Westwood to move their vehicles to safer ground, while authorities remained on alert as floodwaters continued to rise. Massive wildfires have broken out in southern Albania, prompting a large-scale firefighting operation involving emergency crews, volunteers and military helicopters. Authorities say extreme heat and dry conditions continue to fuel the flames as Europe battles another intense wildfire season. At least 6 people have been killed and more than 30 injured after a tourist shuttle bus, a motorhome and 2 cars collided in central Italy. The bus was carrying visitors to the famous Marmor Falls as authorities continue to investigate the cause of the deadly crash. Cuba is recovering from its 6th nationwide blackout of the year after another collapse of the country's power grid. Large parts of the island remain without electricity, forcing many residents to sleep outdoors as soaring temperatures and ongoing energy crisis continues to disrupt daily life. We are getting a big breaking news development. Let's go across to that. This is Syed Mohammad Marandi. He says that Iran has no intention of negotiating with the Trump regime, and any act of aggression will be met with an overwhelming and decisive response from the Islamic Republic of Iran. And this is yet another warning of Iran. Iran is not backing down, and it is getting difficult for Donald Trump to control the situation. And the war is not in the control of the US military, which is clear. And this is yet another threat, yet another warning by the IRGC, by the Iranian regime, which says that Iran has no intention of negotiating with the Trump regime. Any act of aggression will be met with an overwhelming and decisive response from the Islamic Republic. So that's the warning, that's the threat, and it's clear and it's straight targeting Donald Trump that we are not ready, we are not willing, we have no intention of negotiating with Donald Trump. And any act of aggression will be met with an overwhelming and decisive response from the Islamic Republic. From the Islamic Republic, that is Iran. Iran hits back. No plan to negotiate with Donald Trump. Now, Russia has launched another deadly strike on southern Ukraine, targeting the city of Zaporizhia with guided bombs. At least 1 woman was killed and over 20 people were injured as residential areas suffered extensive damage in the latest wave of attacks. Here's a report.
Russia has carried out another wave of strikes on the southern Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia, dropping 8 guided bombs in 2 separate attacks, according to the Ukrainian authorities. The bombardment has killed 1 woman and has injured at least 21 others. The attack has left widespread destruction, damaging apartment buildings, private homes, vehicles, and a warehouse complex.
Є загибла жінка, на жаль. І ще одну жінку змогли витягнути, її викинуло на кришу від зриву. зняли з криші та надали також першу домедичну і відправили до машини швидкої допомоги.
Emergency teams rushed to rescue survivors trapped under debris, while residents described scenes of panic as explosions rocked the neighborhood.
Що пам'ятаю, свист, чую свист, і бахнуло. І дим, і все.
The latest attack comes as Russia continues its aerial campaign against Ukrainian cities with repeated strikes on civilian infrastructure, keeping communities across the country under constant threat.
But viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, Telegram has been removed from the iOS App Store worldwide, and neither Apple nor Telegram have issued an official statement yet.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया।
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now, the BJP has launched a sharp attack on the Congress after Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge's remarks on police recruitment aspirants triggered a political controversy. Now, BJP says the comments expose what it calls the Congress anti-student mindset, even as student protests continue over alleged exam irregularities in Karnataka and the JPSC scam in Jharkhand. Take a look.
A political storm has erupted over Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge's remarks on police recruitment aspirants. Questioned over alleged lapses in the state police recruitment examination, Kharge said he would resign only after aspirants go on a 25-day hunger strike and face lathi charge, referring to the NEET protests.
Let them first 25 days, let them go on hunger strike. Then if they don't control, we will do one lathi charge, and then I will resign. Just like how they did for this thing. So if the people who are seeking my resignation should answer, why didn't Mr. Bommai resign when the PSI scam happened? Why didn't Mr. Argagnanendra resign when the PSI scam happened? Yesterday, lakhs of people wrote exams, and there's a problem only with close to around 120 people.
The remarks have triggered sharp political reactions, with the BJP accusing the Congress of mocking students instead of addressing their concerns. BJP MP Sudhanshu Trivedi said Priyank Kharge's statement exposes what he described as the Congress party's pro-student mask, while claiming its real approach is anti-protest and anti-student.
Now in Karnataka, when their minister, a very important minister, who is also son of Congress President Shri Mallikarjun Kharge, Mr. Priyank Kharge, when he was asked to take the responsibility of the anomalies which were taken place in the veterinary entrance examination and the police recruitment examination, and in a utterly dastardly, insensitive manner, he said that if you want to ask for my resignation, first sit for an hunger strike for 25 days, face the lathi charge, then I can think of tendering my resignation. This shows the sheer arrogance and the sheer insensitivity and the crooked politics on the issue of student concerns.
The BJP also linked the controversy to the examination scam in Jharkhand, alleging that despite student protests, the Congress-backed government has remained silent. The party said students in Karnataka and Jharkhand deserve answers over examination irregularities rather than political remarks. As the controversy intensifies, the debate has now shifted from examination irregularities to the political response towards students demanding accountability.
A major showdown happened yesterday in Parliament over detailing line of action with social media giants like Meta and Google on their compliance with Indian laws, handling of child sexual abuse material and content moderation practices. The Parliament also witnessed a showdown on the issue of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Facebook post being blocked for several hours in India, with Meta attributing it to a technical glitch. However, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey said an apology was not enough and demanded that Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg personally apologize as Parliament signaled stricter scrutiny of social media platforms operating in the country. Let's take a deep listen into this in-depth analysis by Niranjan.
So we've had a major showdown in Parliament today with the Standing Committee on IT and Telecommunications meeting with Committee Chairman BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, who spoke to the media detailing the line of action now with the social media giants. We're facing a very serious crisis, especially on the back of the child sexual abuse material scandal that hit Meta. And Republic TV, all of last month in July, put out details of how Meta, its platforms, Instagram, Facebook, and even social media giants like YouTube continued to flout Indian rules, defy Indian laws, and host and get away with child sexual abuse material. The latest flashpoint, of course, for all these social media giants to be called, they were summoned, they were pulled up by the government and the entire parliamentary standing committee. They included Meta, they included Google, and both Google and Meta, they have questions to answer. And speaking on the meeting that took place today, specifically on the instance of the Prime Minister's post being blocked by Meta in India for almost 5.5 to 6 hours, Nishikant Dubey, who's also the chairman of this committee, said that Meta's apology is not enough. In fact, the stand of the Parliamentary Standing Committee is that Meta global head and the owner of Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, must be made to apologize himself, and that the apology must come from Mark Zuckerberg and nobody lesser than that. So that is one of the big takeaways of the meeting, that India is not going to take that apologies from some low-lying officer in India. They want the apology from Mark Zuckerberg, point number one. Point number two, and this is what is critical, there is something called the safe harbor law that keeps people like Mark Zuckerberg, companies like Meta, companies like Google / their parent company Alphabet, a law in India that keeps them safe. It is called the safe harbor law. Now, what does the safe harbor law do? If you own Meta and if you host content, of course, companies like Meta have been saying that this is third-party content. We are only the platform, but somebody else hosts that content. But that content is on Meta's platform. Through Safe Harbor, let me explain Safe Harbor. The Safe Harbor protection for Meta refers to the legal immunity under Section 79 of India's IT Act. And there are similar acts globally, like for example, Section 230 in the US. Now, what does Safe Harbor protection do? Safe Harbor protection ensures and shields internet platforms like Meta from direct criminal or civil liability for third-party content posted by users. So let's take the case of Meta and the entire child sexual abuse material scandal that is unfolded. Now, what happened? or what continues to happen. Even today on Meta, there is pedophilic child sexual abuse material that is easily available. And Meta has tried to blame third-party users, saying that they're not really responsible, but it's users who are putting that up. They've tried to blame algorithms, etc. Now, if India decides to pull back on the safe harbor protection, it means the owners of Meta the platform, and even Mark Zuckerberg becomes liable for criminal action in India. And that is what the government is warning companies like Meta and Google on. That if they don't fall in line, and respect Indian law. Now, why is the government saying respect the Indian law? Because the government is saying that companies like Meta, and this is one of the statements made today, companies like Meta don't respect the Home Ministry, don't respect the IT Ministry, don't respect the nodal ministries, because they think they can get away, like they've gotten away in many other countries. But now there is an increased feeling that that safe harbor protection and that shield should be taken away so that they are made to fall in line. So these are some of the two takeaways. One, that they want Mark Zuckerberg himself to apologize. Two, there is an ongoing debate on whether the safe harbor protection should be removed for companies like Meta, just so that they fall in line in India.
Renowned educationist and founder of KIIT, KISS and KIMS founder Dr. Achitya Samanta has been conferred with the 75th honorary doctorate of his career. The honor was bestowed by Maharaja Ganga Singh University in Rajasthan in recognition of his contributions to education and social development. Here's a report.
Renowned educationist and social reformer Dr. Achitya Samanta has been conferred with his 75th honorary doctorate by Maharaja Ganga Singh University in Rajasthan's Bikaner in recognition of his outstanding contributions to education and social welfare. The honorary degree was presented during a special ceremony at the Raj Bhavan in Jaipur by Rajasthan Governor and University Chancellor Haribhau Bagde. The ceremony was held in the presence of Deputy Chief Minister Prem Chand Bairwa, university officials and several other dignitaries. The university said the honor followed an extensive assessment of Dr. Samanta's work through institutions including KIT, KISS and KIMS, which have transformed the lives of thousands through education and empowerment. Expressing gratitude for the recognition, Dr. Samanta dedicated the honor to the memory of his late mother, Nilimarani, ahead of her 10th death anniversary.
Even as Donald Trump says talks with Iran are underway, Iran denies Trump's claim and attacks the US's Al-Doha base in Kuwait with 3 drones. Coming up next, all details on that and a lot more.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH. I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jeddah.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. Headlines for the hour. Pakistani forces continue firing at unarmed protesters in POK. Telegram has removed from the iOS App Store worldwide. Neither Apple nor Telegram have issued an official statement yet. Jharkhand students announce assembly gherao on 10th August, says protest will continue until all demands over alleged exam irregularities are met. Agitating Jharkhand students begin an indefinite hunger strike today. Pressure mounts on Congress-backed government to act. Parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguard for Meta platform, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize. Trump says talks with Iran are underway. Iran hits back saying they have no intentions of negotiating. Viewers, getting the first breaking news of the hour. This is coming in from Syed Mohammad Marandi. He is saying, and I quote, Iran has no intentions of negotiating with the Trump regime. A big breaking news. There is also them claiming, in fact, Mohammad Mirandi also stating that any act of aggression will be met with an overwhelming and decisive response from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Also, the Islamic Republic. These are breaking news coming in. Syed Mohammad Mirandi is known for his academia, and also he's saying that Iran has no intentions of negotiating with the Trump regime. Clearly, there's hitting back that is also coming in from the Islamic Republic. Also, any acts of aggression will be met with an overwhelming and decisive response from the Islamic Republic. So clear-cut and very, very clear response from the Islamic Republic, claiming that Iran has no intentions of negotiating with the Trump regime. Iran hits back and has no plans of negotiating with the Trump regime. This is the breaking news of the hour. And words coming in from Syed Mohammad Mirandi, who took on to the social media and said they are in no mood. Also, viewers, another breaking news. This one is coming from the Trump side. Now, after the diplomatic opening, Trump stated that negotiations are currently underway at the Iran's request. He has outlined a two-phase framework for discussion. First, for a complete reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and the second is the denuclearization of Iran. And he's also called for a last chance. He's saying that his patience are actually at limits, and this is the last chance for Iran to sign a good document. Now, there is a contradictory stance. These talks, Trump says, are backed by Tehran, but on the other side, it is actually the Iranian side that is saying that the mediations are only going to be taken through the Oman side and no other country. Let's listen to what Donald Trump has to say on the matter.
We're not talking. When you ask me, no, we're not talking, I'll say it. But we are talking right now. We're talking, and we're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar in particular, but others also. Many countries called, the leaders of many are friendly with a lot of them, almost all of them, one way or the other, and they all wanted to give this a last chance. This is a last chance. This is not something that if it doesn't happen, this is the last chance for them to sign a good document. If we're not talking, when you ask me, no, we're not talking, I'll say it. But we are talking right now, we're talking, and we're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar in particular, but others also. Many countries called, the leaders of many are friendly with a lot of them, almost all of them, one way or the other, and they all wanted to give this a last chance. This is a last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is a last chance for them to sign a good document.
Viewers, getting another breaking news of the hour where fire has erupted after powerful explosions in the northern of Kuwait. Now, US bases are directly hit. These are claims coming in from the IRGC that the base has been currently hit. Explosions and subsequent fires were reported in the northern part of Kuwait following an aerial attack. The IRGC has, of course, claimed responsibility of the matter, and they are saying they specifically targeted the US military installations, especially they are around where a lot of logistics, a lot of fuel storage and defense grids are kept. And these are coming according to the IRGC statements. The assault has utilized the explosive-laden drones, and they were aimed at undermining logistics, fuel storage and defense grids. Now, these strikes also form a part of the tit-for-tat retaliation cycle that is going intensely in the United States bombardment of the Iranian maritime and coastal assets. These are deeply testing yet fragile state of regional deterrence as the back-channel diplomatic talks are now floated. Now, visuals are from the northern Kuwait where an aerial attack took place. IRGC has taken responsibility, and they have stated that they specifically targeted the US military installations like the logistics, fuel storage and defense grids. Visuals on your television screen right now. This is the US base in the Kuwait, which is the northern part of the Kuwait. We also are going to be showing you more visuals. But for now, another breaking news that is coming in. This time it is coming in from a cargo vessel, which the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operation has confirmed that a cargo vessel was struck by an unknown projectile approximately 20 nautical miles off the Al Qasab, which is in Oman. The ship broadcasted a distress call over the VHF channel after being hit. So a new cargo vessel, Iran, has now struck the cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz near Oman. And now it has been confirmed by the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations that it was hit approximately 20 nautical miles northeastern part of Oman. So clearly an escalation is seen around the Strait of Hormuz, while another cargo vessel is struck near the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran has taken responsibility, and Iran has struck the cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz. And this is off limits. Iran has declared that the Strait of Hormuz is off limits, but still the cargo vessel continued to move. And now the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operation has taken responsibility. On your television screen are visuals of the cargo. Right now on your television screen is the cargo ship that was radioed off the coast of Oman after being struck on the Strait of Hormuz and has been declared off limits. The UK MTO, which is the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operation, has taken into the report and has confirmed that the radio ship actually radioed on a broadcast distress call over the VHF channel that it was being hit. All right, viewers, Russia has launched another deadly strike on the southern part of Ukraine, and it has targeted the city of Zaporizhzhia, which is guided with bombs. At least one woman has been killed and over 20 people were injured as residential areas suffer extensive damage in the latest wave of attacks. We have a detailed report. Take a look.
Russia has carried out another wave of strikes on the southern Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia, dropping 8 guided bombs in 2 separate attacks, according to the Ukrainian authorities. The bombardment has killed one woman and has injured at least 21 others. The attack has left widespread destruction, damaging apartment buildings, private homes, vehicles, and a warehouse complex.
Є загибла жінка, на жаль. І ще одну жінку змогли витягнути, її викинули на кришу від зриву. Зняли з криші та надали також першу домедичну і відправили до машини швидкої допомоги.
Emergency teams rushed to rescue survivors trapped under debris, while residents described scenes of panic as explosions rocked the neighborhood.
Що пам'ятаю, свист, чую свист, і бахнуло. І дим, і все.
The latest attack comes as Russia continues its aerial campaign against Ukrainian cities with repeated strikes on civilian infrastructure, keeping communities across the country under constant threat.
Viewers, getting another breaking news where an unfortunate incident has been unfolded in the Faridabad area where a teacher was dragged and stabbed inside the school premises. An unfortunate incident where a masked man inflicted approximately 20 knife blows to the teacher and she was left to die. On your television screen are visuals where the teacher is constantly being stabbed by this unknown assailant who's covered his face with a mask, and he waited for a really long time before he could catch hold of this teacher. He was waiting very patiently. As the teacher arrived, he started stabbing her approximately 20 times. And a staffer also tried to intervene on your television screen, but he was threatened with the knife. The assailant continued to stab her for at least 20 times till he fled away. Now, the victim's husband has filed a complaint in the Sector 58 police station, resulting in a murder case. And local people have kind of found that the name of this person who's stabbing is Amit, whom the police identified for having known Sandhya for about 2 years since she taught in this school in his village. Now, the motive is clearly not understood so far, while it is communicated that Sandhya recently cut off and told Amit to stop pursuing her. And this resulted later that he took out time, waited patiently for her to come out, and then stabbed her 20 times relentlessly while she passed away and unfortunately was killed. She's a teacher, and this is an unfortunate incident that took place in Faridabad. Viewers, 3 key assembly bypoles have delivered a mixed political verdict. Jan Suraj chief Prashant Kishore has scripted a historic victory in Bihar's Bankipur, marking his electoral debut. The Congress has retained the Datia seat in Madhya Pradesh, while the BJP has comfortably held on to its stronghold in Gujarat's Manjalpur. Here's a detailed look at the results. Take a look.
The verdict is out in 3 crucial assembly bypoles, delivering a mixed outcome for the BJP, Congress and Jan Suraj. In Bihar, Jan Suraj chief Prashant Kishore registered a landmark victory in Bankipur, defeating the BJP in what was considered one of its strongest urban bastions. The victory marks Prashant Kishore's first electoral success and opens Jan Suraj's account in electoral politics. In Madhya Pradesh, the Congress successfully retained the Datia assembly seat, defeating the BJP and holding on to one of its most important constituencies. In Gujarat, the BJP retained the Manjalpur assembly seat with a comfortable victory, reinforcing its dominance in the state. The results present a split verdict across the 3 states. While Jan Suraj celebrates a breakthrough in Bihar, the Congress has held firm in Madhya Pradesh. And the BJP has once again demonstrated its strength in Gujarat. Political observers believe that these bypoles could influence the narrative ahead of the next round of assembly elections, especially in Bihar, where Prashant Kishore's emergence adds a new dimension to the state's political landscape. 3 states, 3 contests, and 3 different outcomes, but one clear message: the political battle ahead is only getting more intense.
Viewers, moving on to our next segment where we tell you everything that's making waves in the world of sports with Sports Wraps. Take a look. Mauricio Pochettino is staying on board with the US national team, agreeing to a 4-year contract extension through the 2030 World Cup after taking over in October 2024. The 54-year-old head coach steered the tournament co-host in the round of 16, where their run ended in a 4-1 loss to Belgium. Jammu and Kashmir pacer Aqib Naqvi has entered his first call-up to the Indian national squad as a replacement for Jasprit Bumrah in the upcoming Test series against Sri Lanka. Bumrah was ruled out as he continues to recover from the left knee injury sustained during the ODI series against England. Former Wrestling Federation of India President Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh and ex-Assistant Secretary Vinod Tomar have been cleared of all charges at the Roos Avenue Court. The ruling concludes the sexual harassment case brought through the Singh by a female wrestler during his leadership of the sports body. Chelsea have officially signed former England midfielder Jordan Henderson on a free transfer following his departure from Brentford by mutual consent. The 36-year-old veteran has spent a 2-year contract at Stamford Bridge as the club looks to inject experience into the Xabi Alonso squad. UEFA has warned FIFA of potential legal actions through Gianni's unsuccessful proposal to sell private investors a stake in future World Cup earnings. In its notice, European football's governing body explicitly instructed FIFA to persevere all relevant documentation and evidences. The English Football Association plans to formally withdraw its support for FIFA President Gianni following his abandoned proposal to sell stakes in FIFA competitions to private investors. The move comes as UEFA threatens legal action and Wales publicly revokes its backing to Gianno's presidency. Indian batter Rohit Sharma hailed former cricketer coach T. Dilip for his role in India's success, crediting him with creating magic within the group and being a workhorse behind the scenes. Dilip's tenure included 2 ICC T20 World Cup triumphs and the ICC Champions Trophy win. He served as India's men's fielding coach from 21 until 2024-25 Border Gavaskar Trophy, returned for 1-year stint during the 25 UK Test Tour, but was not retained after his contract ended. ICC Chairman Jay Shah inaugurated the Tanzania Cricket Arena, the nation's first ICC-approved venue, marking a landmark moment for the sport's growth in Tanzania and across Africa. Congratulating Cricket Tanzania on the achievement, Shah praised the collective effort that delivered world-class infrastructure in the country. Viewers, Mumbai's monsoon had once again exposed the alarming state of civic infrastructure across the city and its surrounding districts. Even after weeks of rainfall, pothole-ridden roads, inadequate maintenance and delayed repair work continue to put the lives of the commuters at risk. Questions are now being raised over the preparedness of the authorities, especially after the repeated claims of pre-monsoon works being completed. As incidents continue to be reported, concerns over accountability and the quality of repair work are growing louder. We have a detailed report. Take a look.
A tragic accident was reported yesterday in Maharashtra's Bhiwandi Thane Road, where a 46-year-old lady lost her life after her two-wheeler skidded into a pothole and got subsequently run over by a truck coming from behind. Speaking to Republic, the village Sarpanch said the road has remained in a dangerous condition for the past 4 to 5 years and no actions have been taken by the authorities so far.
Once again, Mumbai has become the greatest example of civic apathy. 2 deaths are reported, and that is just because of the potholes. And both the victims were traveling from their two-wheelers, and they couldn't judge the pothole on the road, and they slipped from their two-wheelers, and their 2 lives have been claimed. First incident was reported on Bhiwandi Thane Road, where there was a big pothole, and I am currently at that very location where a 46-year-old female lost her life. This was the very road where there was a big pothole, and now it is just covered by the mud. If you can see, there is still some depth left, and it is just halfly covered.
ये हालात कम से कम 4-5 साल से है, और कल का जो हादसा हुआ वो बहुत ही दुख भरा था, क्योंकि वो हादसे में एक महिलाओं की मौत हो गई। इसको जिम्मेदार अपन जो संबंधित अधिकारी है, ये रोड के बारे में हम लोग MMRD को और PWD को बार बार पत्र व्यवहार किया। जो हमारे पहले सरपंच थे, जो राजेंद्र मडवी साहब, उन्होंने भी बहुत बार इसका कोशिश किया, लेकिन कोई भी अधिकारी इसके ऊपर ध्यान नहीं दे रहे।
Residents of Rahanal village expressed their anger over the poor condition of the road. A local resident who witnessed the accident shared his concerns with Republic TV.
Exactly, कम से कम अभी वो सामने जो भी है, मतलब कम से कम 1.5 फुट का गड्ढा था वहाँ पे, और रोड का जो कंस्ट्रक्शन है, नॉर्मली जो रोड ऑन द वे हुआ है, जो फुटपाथ का रोड है, वो छोड़ के उन्होंने बाकी का कंस्ट्रक्शन कुछ किया नहीं है। उसमें MMRD का उसमें प्रॉब्लम है।
Tragedies are not limited to Bhiwandi. A fire brigade official lost his life while on his way to duty in Shahpur after crashing his motorcycle due to a pothole. 2 fatal accidents in a single day calls for an urgent response from the authorities. Monsoon in Maharashtra continues to threaten lives every day.
Viewers, you're watching live this morning on Republic TV. That's all that we could put in this edition. Coming up after a short commercial break, Pakistani forces continue firing at unarmed protesters in POK. All of this after a short commercial break.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना, ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे, जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये
Coming up after a short commercial break, Jharkhand students announce assembly gherao on the 10th of August, says protest will continue until all demands over alleged exam irregularities are met. After a short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles.
Morning, this is Karun Seth on Republic, and here are the headlines for today. Pakistani forces continue firing at unarmed protesters in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Jharkhand students announce assembly gherao on August 10, say protests will continue until all demands over alleged exam irregularities are met. Agitating Jharkhand students begin an indefinite hunger strike today. Pressure mounts on the Congress-backed government to act. The parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguards for Meta platforms, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize. Trump says that talks with Iran are underway. Iran hits back saying that they have no intentions of negotiating. Now, the CID has detained Lalu Yadav and Pradeep Yadav from Hazaribagh. One of them had been selected for the JPSC, while the other acted as a setter, which is basically a facilitator of exam fraud. And the two are apparently brothers. During the raids, checks worth crores, admit cards for the excise constable examination, and various other documents were also recovered. Now remember, we've been breaking this news for you. This is regarding the JPSC exams that have been going on. Students are already protesting against this. The Congress government there is still, yet to act on this, and students are out on the streets protesting against the alleged irregularities in the JPSC exams. Now, JPSC, viewers remember, is the Jharkhand Public Selection Commission exams, which basically are for non-gazetted seats to the Jharkhand government's seats, basically. Now, close to 120 odd students is what the education minister there said that were affected. However, from reports we hear that a lot of more students have been affected, and the exam was recently conducted, post which a lot of students have actually hit the streets in massive protests across Jharkhand, demanding exam action against irregularities in the JPSC exams. Now, the CID now has made headway and detained two alleged wrongdoers, Lalu Yadav and Pradeep Yadav from Hazaribagh, and what they've recovered is crores of rupees, false admit cards from these two wrongdoers. The CID investigation is still underway, and we'll probably see more wrongdoers and the CID making headway into the investigation. Now we've got Mr. Veerbhadra joining us live on this from the ground. Veerbhadra ji, क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे? आप रांची में हैं अभी. हमें पता चला है कि CID ने दो लोगों को डिटेन किया है, लालू यादव और प्रदीप यादव. और इसमें बताइए क्या इसमें हेडवे मिला है अभी CID को?
सोमवार को CID के द्वारा जो है हजारीबाग के कई जगहों पर छापेमारी की गई, जहां पर जो है ये प्रदीप कुमार और लालू यादव को जो है हिरासत में लिया गया, और उनके पास से बहुत सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो है अलग अलग अभ्यर्थियों के पाए गए हैं, और करोड़ों का जो है ब्लैंक चेक पाया गया है. तो इसमें जो है ये संदेहास्पद स्थिति जो है, जो लगातार छापेमारी को लेकर जो है छापेमारी चल रही है, और उसमें दोषी भी लोग पाए जा रहे हैं. तो जो बच्चों की जो एक अंदेशा है कि जो ये पेपर लीक हो रहा है, तो उसमें पुख्ता सबूत भी मिल रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके बावजूद जो छात्र हैं उनका जो है अभी तक यही मांग है कि इसकी जांच जो है CBI के द्वारा होनी चाहिए. तो इस पे जो है झारखंड सरकार अभी तक कोई प्रतिक्रिया उनके तरफ से नहीं आई है, लेकिन ये एक बड़ी बात है कि मतलब जब कार्रवाई हो रही है तो उसमें दोषी लोग पाए भी जा रहे हैं. तो इस पर जो है झारखंड सरकार की चुप्पी, और कांग्रेस जो कि भाजपा की तरफ से जब धर्मेंद्र प्रधान के इस्तीफे की बात हो रही थी तो कांग्रेस बहुत सारी बातें कर रही थी, लेकिन ऐसे मामले में ना ही किसी मंत्री का इस्तीफा की बात हो रही है और ना ही किस तरह का उनके तरफ से प्रतिक्रिया आ रहा है.
वीरभद्र जी, इसमें जो दो लोग पाए गए हैं, लालू यादव और प्रदीप यादव, कुछ इनके कनेक्शंस के बारे में CID को पता चला है? इनका क्या करंट कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट से कोई कनेक्शन है, या जो एग्जाम कंडक्टिंग बॉडी है उनसे कोई कनेक्शन है? कहां से ये दो लोग मतलब आए हैं पिक्चर में? ये कहां कुछ कनेक्शन पता चला है? क्या है इनका?
जी, अभी तक जैसे CID के द्वारा जो है बातें सार्वजनिक नहीं की जा रही है, वो कुछ बताने से बच रहे हैं. तो इसमें वो बता रहे हैं कि जांच अभी चल रही है और अब बाकी की बातें जो है हम लोग डिस्क्लोज करेंगे. तो अभी तक उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ बताया नहीं है.
All right, thank you Veerbhadra ji for getting us more details on this. We'll continue tracking the story. And now moving on to the next story, viewers. A parliamentary panel has taken up the issue of the temporary removal of Prime Minister Modi's video from Meta's platform. Now, during a meeting of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communications and Information Technology, Meta officials expressed regret and apologized, saying the removal was due to an error. However, committee members reportedly said that an apology alone was not enough, and they sought accountability. Take a look at this report.
A parliamentary panel has questioned Meta over the removal of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's video from its platform. According to sources, Meta officials told the committee the video was removed due to an error and apologized for the incident. Sources say the committee members asked why the Prime Minister's video was removed while other objectionable content remained online. Members also reportedly sought details of the action taken by Meta against those responsible and on objectionable content hosted on its platforms. After the meeting, committee chairman and BJP MP Dr. Nishikant Dubey said that the committee wants an apology from Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg.
जो मेटा इंडिया ने किया, जो एक्स ने किया, जो यूट्यूब ने किया, वो देश को जानने लायक था कि बीजेपी, कांग्रेस, समाजवादी पार्टी, आम आदमी पार्टी सभी के यदि एल्गोरिदम में व्यूअरशिप को देख लीजिए तो वो व्यूअरशिप जो है केवल 23 मिलियन और जो न रजिस्टर्ड पार्टी है न रजिस्टर्ड एनजीओ है, स्ट्रीट पर किसी तरह के बहकावे में है, उसका जो एल्गोरिदम है वो 27 मिलियन। सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी मिलकर 23-24 मिलियन पर है, वो अकेले वहाँ। अभी एंटी रिजर्वेशन एक फोरम बना है 5-6 दिन पहले, वो 7 मिलियन और उसका कारण है कि इनकी एक पॉलिसी है कि ये नए लोगों को तरजीह देंगे तो पुराने लोगों को तरजीह नहीं।
The meeting also reviewed the functioning and regulation of major digital platforms including Google, X, Snapchat, YouTube and Meta. As Parliament intensifies scrutiny of digital platforms, the focus remains on accountability, content moderation and compliance with India's regulatory framework.
Now, reacting to Udayanithi Stalin's speech yesterday, the TVK ministers are now condemning that even the leaders of opposition is now following the footsteps of previous ministers to make derogatory remarks against women. Minister Adhav Arjuna, taking to X, stated that the Leader of Parliament, speaking about farmers' protest on stage, has completely deviated from his stance and spoke like he was talking about pornography. Now, remember, we've seen both to and fro from the ruling government and the opposition parties, and there have obviously been a lot of, protests and reactions on Udayanithi Stalin's remarks. So this has been going on, and we've seen a lot of, resistance from the opposition on this. Now, looking at the breaking news for the day, K. Annamalai has said that when I was cleaning the Vaigai River yesterday, I thought, can there be worse pollution than this? Then I listened to Mr. Udayanithi Stalin's speech. This is what K. Udayanithi has said. Now remember, there's been a lot of, contempt from the opposition after what Mr. Udayanithi said yesterday. Clearly, Mr. Annamalai has reacted to it. He's posted on X that, when he was cleansing the river yesterday, he thought, can there be more worse pollution than this? So he's basically likened Mr. Udayanithi's words, speech to bad pollution, basically. Now we have Sharda, who's joining us live to discuss this more in detail. Sharda, of course, there's been a huge uproar post Mr. Udayanithi's comments, and Mr. K. Annamalai has also obviously, reacted to it and posted on X. What do you make of this? What more statements are we getting? What's happening there?
Well, the comment that made by Udayanithi Stalin yesterday was not just accepted by anybody as well. DMK defending, saying that it was not Udayanithi who directly made the comment, but it was the functionary who was standing while Udayanithi was talking about the Kaveri issue. People have completely understood that while people did make the comment on Trisha, Udayanithi smiled at it and continued to make a derogatory comment, saying that whether the water will come to the state of Tamil Nadu or not, but will come to Trisha's house. While the literal translation made for his speech comes through at an understanding in that way. All the parties, including the BJP, has condemned Udayanithi Stalin's speech. Now, yesterday K. Annamalai did a cleaning drive in the Vaigai River in Madurai. Following that, after listening to Udayanithi's speech, he took to X to say that it was not just about cleaning the river, whether it would be more polluted. He also said that Udayanithi Stalin's speech is even more worse than that. And multiple people have condemned Udayanithi Stalin, including the TVK ministers Adhav Arjuna and Kirtana, have said that while DMK continues to make derogatory remarks against leader using females as a particular point. This is not the first time that Udayanidhi Stalin has made such a derogatory comment, because last time, if you see, he also made a derogatory comment against Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, the AIADMK party general secretary, saying that he will always be between Shashikala's legs, falling under her legs, is what he made the comment, and which was very much impolite, and Edappadi K. Palaniswamy said that it was disrespectful. And it was in an interview with Republic that Udayanidhi Stalin then said, publicly apologized that it was not disrespectful, but was the truth that he had said. And it continues now. So DMK is not the first time making demeaning or derogatory comments against leaders using women. So likely today that the TVK is going to file official complaints in DGP and Commissioner office in Chennai and multiple other districts in Tamil Nadu. A statewide protest has also been called around noon by the TVK as advised by the party general secretary to oppose Udayanidhi Stalin's statement.
But the rally, was the issue was originally about the Kaveri water dispute. Have these comments and this new controversy actually overshadowed the actual dispute, the actual protest, which was about the Kaveri water dispute? And what has been the response from the DVK specifically? I mean, have they come forward and apologized? Do we hear an apology from Mr. Stalin? Anything?
Well, very well. The protest, as you mentioned, is focused on the Kaveri water, while DMK claimed that the TVK has failed to bring water to the state of Tamil Nadu, as the talks between the Congress leader DK Shivakumar and Vijay did not go well in this particular issue. Now, the issue has been completely deviated. Yesterday, we saw farmers protesting. We've been seeing the last few weeks that farmers have been going on hunger strike in the state of Tamil Nadu, saying that there is no water in the river Kaveri and that they are not able to do any irrigation. So in this case, now, this particular issue is completely deviated from the particular ideology of fighting for Kaveri water from Congress and gone to DMK versus TVK. While DMK still continues to protect Udayanidhi Stalin, saying that it was not a comment made by him. So they have not made any public apology. They have not agreed saying that a comment made by them is wrong. They just stated that there are no comments made by Udayanidhi Stalin. It was party functionaries who were supporting on the ground made the noises, and it was not a speech made by him. So they're completely defending him in this. Meanwhile, TVK has taken it to the NCW as well, filing a complaint with the National Women's Commission, saying that a public apology should be given by Udayanidhi Stalin.
Got it. Let's actually listen to what Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin has actually said. Let's play the bite.
வாயை திறந்து பேசுறாரா? பேச மாட்டேங்கிறாரு. அவருக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே கவலை என்ன? திமுக மேல என்ன பொய் வழக்கு போடலாம், என்ன பொய் கேஸ் போடலாம். எங்க தண்ணி வருதோ இல்ல அங்க தண்ணி வரணும். காவிரி சொன்னேன்.
Now, the BJP has launched a sharp attack at the Congress after Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge's remarks on police recruitment aspirants triggered a political controversy. The BJP says the comments expose what it calls the Congress's anti-student mindset, even as students' protests continue over alleged exam irregularities in Karnataka and the JPSC exam in Jharkhand. Take a look.
A political storm has erupted over Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge's remarks on police recruitment aspirants. Questioned over alleged lapses in the state police recruitment examination, Kharge said he would resign only after aspirants go on a 25-day hunger strike and face lathi charge, referring to the NEET protests.
Let them first 25 days, let them go on hunger strike. Then if they don't control, we will do one lathi charge and then I will resign. That's like how they did for this thing. So if the people who are seeking my resignation should answer, why didn't Mr. Bommai resign when the PSI scam happened? Why didn't Mr. Argagnanendra resign when the PSI scam happened? Yesterday, lakhs of people wrote exams and there's a problem only with close to around 120 people.
The remarks have triggered sharp political reactions, with the BJP accusing the Congress of mocking students instead of addressing their concerns. BJP MP Sudhanshu Trivedi said Priyank Kharge's statement exposes what he described as the Congress party's pro-student mask, while claiming its real approach is anti-protest and anti-student.
Now in Karnataka, when their minister, a very important minister, who is also son of Congress President Shri Mallikarjun Kharge, Mr. Priyank Kharge, when he was asked to take the responsibility of the anomalies which were taken place in the veterinary entrance examination and the police recruitment examination, and in a utterly dastardly, insensitive manner, he said that if you want to ask for my resignation, first sit for a hunger strike for 25 days, face the lathi charge, then I can think of tendering my resignation. This shows the sheer arrogance and the sheer insensitivity and the crooked politics on the issue of student concerns.
The BJP also linked the controversy to the examination scam in Jharkhand, alleging that despite student protests, the Congress-backed government has remained silent. The party said students in Karnataka and Jharkhand deserve answers over examination irregularities rather than political remarks. As the controversy intensifies, the debate has now shifted from examination irregularities to the political response towards students demanding accountability.
Now, for over decades, actually 3 decades, Century Ply has been a name synonymous with quality, trust, durability, and innovation. But today, the brand is taking its commitment a step further by unveiling its consumer-first commitment. More than just a product promise, this milestone reflects Century Ply's unwavering confidence in its manufacturing excellence, product quality, and leadership in the category. It marks a shift from making claims to delivering measurable customer assurance. It's actually taking a bold step towards strengthening trust and creating greater peace of mind for every customer who chooses Century Ply.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Century Ply is set to unveil an industry-first consumer commitment and initiative designed to redefine customer assurance and raise the benchmark for accountability across the building materials industry.
Versus all labor, material and transportation costs caused by the defect. यानी 10 साल तक पूरे फर्नीचर के मटेरियल से लेबर तक फुल कॉस्ट वापस.
Built on extensive consumer research, market insights and customer feedback, Century Ply has identified one of the biggest concerns among home buyers and homeowners, the need for greater confidence in the performance and longevity of plywood products.
Make your customers a commitment.
This is not a scheme. This is not even a campaign. This is actually a customer assurance, and it is a commitment that only a company with 40 years of history can give.
With its total cover warranty, Century Ply provides a commitment that puts the customer's peace of mind at the heart of every purchase.
सिर्फ प्लाईवुड का ना
पूरे फर्नीचर
इडियट है क्या कौन लेगी
सेंचुरी प्लाई टोटल कवर 10 साल तक प्लाई लैमिनेट लेबर ग्लू ट्रांसपोर्ट सबका फुल कॉस्ट.
Our chairman said that go to Brazil, go to Uruguay, go to Vietnam, go to wherever in the world has good timber and make sure that you elevate the product experience. But he said that the quality you will give the customer is something they would have never gotten.
Trust takes decades to build, and Century Ply promises to transform that trust into action with a commitment that goes beyond products and puts consumers first.
Now, students in Jharkhand have been protesting for over a week, with thousands gathering in Ranchi over allegations of irregularities in the state's recruitment process. The movement, led by aspirants, is centered around concerns over paper leaks, examination delays, missing cut-off marks, and demands for greater transparency in government job recruitments. The protesters are seeking a CBI probe and reforms in the recruitment system. The issue has also triggered a political face-off with BJP leaders questioning the silence of opposition leaders who had actually earlier raised similar concerns during protests in Delhi. Take a look at the report.
The youth-led agitation was triggered by allegations of question paper leaks, the absence of cut-off marks, and repeated delays in the recruitment examination process. Addressing the media last night, the protesters warned that if their demands are not met, Chief Minister Hemant Soren should resign.
वो छात्र अपने जेन्युइन डिमांड के लिए पिछले 7-8 साल में झारखंड पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन, झारखंड स्टाफ सिलेक्शन कमीशन में केवल भाई भतीजावाद और भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है। जो झारखंड के बच्चे हैं वो जेन्युइनली नौकरी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, उनको नौकरी नहीं मिल पा रही है। जो गरीब बच्चे हैं उनको तो और भी नहीं मिल रही है। इसके लिए झारखंड में लगातार आंदोलन चल रहा है और मेरा आप लोगों से आग्रह होगा कि आप लोग इन चीज़ों को दिखाइए कि जेन्युइन छात्र का आंदोलन क्या होता है, कांग्रेस का असली चेहरा क्या है, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा का असली चेहरा क्या है, समाजवादी पार्टी का असली चेहरा क्या है।
The students are demanding a CBI probe into the alleged irregularities, the cancellation of the 14 JPSC examination, and transparent recruitment reforms. Protesters and student wings have also warned of laying siege to the Jharkhand Legislative Assembly on August 10, 2026, if their demands continue to be ignored. Leaders of the CJP, who had been vocal during the protests at Jantar Mantar over similar issues, are now conspicuously absent from the demonstrations in Jharkhand. Even as the student movement gathers momentum in Jharkhand, the opposition has maintained silence over the ongoing agitation.
जिन्होंने सत्र का 2 सप्ताह चलने नहीं दिया इसी नीट की परीक्षाओं को लेकर के, आज झारखंड की सड़कों पे जिस तरह से वहाँ के छात्र युवा आंदोलित हैं, आज क्यों चुप है राहुल? आज प्रियंका क्यों चुप है? आज समाजवादी पार्टी क्यों चुप है?
The BJP has questioned why opposition leaders who had strongly backed the CJP protests at Jantar Mantar have not extended similar support to the agitation in Jharkhand over comparable issues.
झारखंड के विद्यार्थी पिछले 8-10 दिन से राजधानी रांची में धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। हजारों हजार की संख्या में हैं, सभी गरीब हैं और उन सभी का आरोप यह है कि झारखंड राज्य जो एक सर्विस कमीशन है उसकी परीक्षाओं के पेपर लीक हुए। आज पूरा झारखंड का विद्यार्थी समुदाय जब इतने बड़े आंदोलन में शामिल है तो पूरे विपक्ष में सन्नाटा छाया हुआ है।
Meanwhile, the Congress has accused the BJP of sponsoring the protests in Ranchi, alleging that the issue is being politicized instead of addressing the concerns raised by the students.
प्रदेश का कांग्रेस का कमेटी ने उसके ऊपर रिएक्ट किया होगा और बीजेपी और आरएसएस वाले इसके पूरी इस स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट का, दिल्ली का स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट का नलिफाई करने के लिए साजिशों में लगे हुए हैं। आरएसएस पीछे लगी हुई है। आरएसएस का काम ही है ये जेन्युइन प्रोटेस्ट का ये लोगों इनका पूरी तांत्रिक यूज करके डाइवर्ट करने के लिए।
Chief Minister Hemant Soren has remained silent on the students' demands, despite having made strong remarks during the CJP protests. As the agitation intensifies and political parties continue to trade allegations, the focus remains on whether the students' concerns will be addressed or continue to become a subject of political confrontation.
All right, viewers, you're watching Republic. We'll slip into a short break. Stay with us. We're coming back with more top stories in just a moment. And coming up after the break, parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguards for Meta platforms, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड। कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर।
Time for a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic. And coming up on the other side, parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguards for Meta platforms, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Only we, nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
US forces began launching strikes against Iran at 8 p.m. ET today. The strikes are a powerful response to yesterday's attempted Iranian attacks on US forces based in the Middle East. The escalation comes after Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claimed responsibility for a missile attack on a US airbase and command center in Jordan. The US military says all the missiles were intercepted.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Pakistani forces continue firing at unarmed protesters in POK. Fresh visuals emerge from Muzaffarabad of Pakistan forces setting motorcycles on fire. Jharkhand students continue assembly gherao on the 10th of August, says protest will continue until all demands over alleged exam irregularities are met. Agitating Jharkhand students begin an indefinite hunger strike today. Pressure mounts on Congress-backed government to act. Parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguards for Meta platform, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize and take action against the person responsible for removing PM Modi's video.
We're not talking when you ask me, no, we're not talking, I'll say it. But we are talking right now, we're talking, and we're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar.
Trump says that the talks with Iran are underway. Iran hits back, saying they have no intentions of negotiating. Hello and a very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. My name is Nayan. We'll be bringing you breaking news of the hour where unarmed protesters have gathered at the Lal Chowk, which is in the heart of Muzaffarabad. And this is the capital of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It is under intense firing by the Pakistani Rangers and also the Frontier Corps. Now, all of this where the civilians are now burning motorcycles ablaze by the Pakistani army. We'll be showing you visuals in a short span of time. Pakistani army is firing tear gas and bullets on civilians in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir is now under a big siege. There is a skirmish that is taking place. Pakistani army is attacking the civilians of Muzaffarabad, and all of this is taking place at the Lal Chowk and Makri areas of Muzaffarabad. Now, there is a security action that has been taken so far. It is by the Pakistani Rangers and the Frontier Corps personnel. They're firing at intensely, in fact, firing at the civilians. I have my colleague Gursimran joining us, also joining on a call shortly. But this is the first video which we have from Muzaffarabad, where unarmed protesters have gathered at Lal Chowk in the heart of Muzaffarabad.
बगैरत के बच्चे लगातार फाइट कर रहे हैं। ये शेख फाइट कर रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं ये देख ले लगातार फायर हो रहे हैं। ये देखें, पीछे हो जाओ।
All right, viewers, we have another video that we will be showing you. This is also coming in from Muzaffarabad. This is where the JAAC is claiming that the Pakistani army forces are setting fire to civilian motorcycles in the area of Makri, which is in Muzaffarabad. Now, it is not just the people who are being massacred, their belongings are also being set ablaze. And all of this is destroyed by the Pakistani army, which is now making all possible efforts to cripple the people. So on your television screen are visuals where not just people are harmed, but also their belongings are set ablaze. We'll also be showing you more visuals, viewers. On your television screen is going to come up another visual. And these are fresh visuals that are emerging from also from Pakistan, which is the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Pakistani army rangers have not just resorted to using tear gas, they're also opening fire against unarmed civilians in the area. And these are visuals emerging from Makri, which is a part of Muzaffarabad. And these are showing the security forces setting fire to civilians, opening fires. Also tear gas bombs, tear gas shells have been thrown at them. And there is just no plight and no ending to this massacre. I have my colleague Zeenat, who is also joining me for a conversation right now. Zeenat, first of all, thank you so much. You're joining us from Srinagar right now. What is the situation right now? It is very, very tensed. What are the updates that you have for us, Zeenat?
See, the situation in Muzaffarabad, Islamabad, or the Rawalpindi has been escalated for the last many days. Rather, now it's been almost a month when we see the Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Mirpur all are boiling because of the demands that have been put by the citizens of the country. They are been up arms against the administration, demanding the basic rights of the having a better electricity on a lower price, the subsidy as far as the food items are concerned, to deal with the crisis of the unemployment. And instead of having a talks or to take it to the logical conclusions, we see the Pakistan army all blazing guns on the civilians, on the unarmed people. And we've been saying that Pakistan's operation in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Yesterday also there was a march from Muzaffarabad and other places towards the Pindi as well as Islamabad, which is the seat of administration for the Pakistan government, or for that matter, Pakistan army. You see the visuals that we are showing. This tells you about the tear smoke canisters being used on the protesters who are demanding the basic. Because this all started during the elections, right, when the locals started showing their resentment as far as the reserved seats are concerned, and they wanted that the abolition of around 14 seats, and because of which the PTI, which is led by the Imran Khan, did not even participate in the elections, and there had been the multiple reports about the rigging in the elections that is being done by the PMLN, which is the Nawaz Sharif's party. And now we see the bloodshed everywhere. As far as the count goes, it's more than 100 people have been killed, hundreds of people have been injured, and even the Pakistan army did not even allow them to take their dead bodies, because the dead bodies were snatched from the hospitals, from the mosques, and even the internet shutdown is there. The communication is not being, freedom of speech has been suppressed, and that is why the call is coming from across the globe to the Amnesty International, the human rights organizations that are around this United States, that they should visit and take the situation and read the situation on the ground and see what best can be do to the public who have been up arms against the government, and they are facing lot of law. Yeah.
Zeenat, I want you to stay with us, because there's another breaking news coming in all the way from Pakistan, where they're declaring that the Pakistan system is completely collapsed. Zeenat, we're going to come back to you, but this is the breaking news of the hour, that after declaring Pakistan's system as completely collapsed, Mohsin Naqvi, who's a Federal Minister of Interior of Pakistan, is pointing to a deeply entrenched multi-decade corruption scandal. Now, there's a corruption scandal that has now taken a new angle, and it is involving the powerful institutional pillars. This is a big claim of systematic system collapse happening in Pakistan. Naqvi is saying that netas, bankers, bureaucrats are all a part of this mega scam, and the scam has been taking place for 21 long years so far. Now, this is a claim that a massive, unprecedented scam spanning 21 years is involving a widespread payoff. I'm going to come back to you, Zeenat. In fact, but before I come to you, Zinat, let's listen to what Naqvi Mohsin has to say.
बात यह है कि हर एक के लिए कानून होना चाहिए, चाहे वो गरीब है चाहे अमीर। ये नहीं हो सकता कि गरीब के लिए कुछ और अमीर के लिए कुछ और। इसीलिए हम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और इतना बड़ा स्कैम मैंने नहीं ख्याल पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री में होगा जिसमें जजेस, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, सियासतदान, बैंकर्स हर एक इन्वॉल्व है। और 21 साल वो पैसे खिलाता रहा और ये लोग पैसे खाते रहे। तो मेरा ख्याल है कि अभी सिर्फ बिल्डिंग तक नहीं हमें रहना चाहिए। मैं तो पूरी तजवीज़ दूंगा कि जो इसमें जिसमें वो उनको नुकसान पहुंचाया उन सब के पीछे जाना चाहिए।
लेकिन इसमें कोई पोलिटिकली भी कहा जाता है कि जिस पे पोलिटिकल नंबर शेयरिंग है और इसका भी
बस मैं वो नहीं बोलूँ बेहतर है। मैं तो सिर्फ इतना ही कहूँगा कि जो CDA का मौक़िफ़ है मैं उसकी भरपूर हिमायत करता हूँ और उनको सपोर्ट करूँगा।
Clearly, Zinat, Pakistan's federal minister, is saying that the system has completely collapsed. What is your understanding of the situation?
We have been seeing the scams when there was Nawaz Sharif government previously, when Benazir Bhutto was ruling, then her husband came in, and this is a part of the legacy that the Pakistan political leaders have been carrying for long time. They are into the scam. Now something is coming very open where the close aide of Shahbaz Sharif is talking about this. Naqvi is talking about this is a big scam that took them 21 years, and he also talked about that not only the bankers but also the judiciary. Judiciary is always seen in any country that which is par excellence and having the highest say in any country. When the judiciary gets compromised, so you can understand how the system in the Pakistan has failed. And when now there is an uprising, when the people have started raising the voices, what they are getting in return? They are getting bullets. The bullets are fired on the unarmed citizens. Their properties are getting detached. Their properties are getting damaged. The people are losing their lives. They are getting injured. And what in return? Nothing. Pakistan administration, Pakistan government or the Pakistan army is not even ready to talk to them when they are just demanding the basic rights which any citizen of the country would ask for when they talk about the basic food rights, talking about because see, Pakistan, there is an inflation is gone quite a bit, is skyrocketing, rocketing, and the people are not able to bear the kind of prices that what they get in the market now. And when the income is very low, the unemployment graph has gone up. And by Pakistan army or the Pakistan administration, Pakistan is ruled by not by the administration, is always being ruled by the Pakistan army. So they don't have answer to the citizens of their own country, and what they are getting in return now, the bullets are being fired. With the results, hundreds of people have lost their life. And still the human rights organizations or the people who are talking about the violations that are taking place in the Pakistan continues to remain mum on the very serious issue, because this is an atrocity that are being committed, the genocide that we see in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, Zinat, in fact, I want you to continue to stay with us. There is another breaking news, Zinat, and now there's a breaking of the unknown gunmen that have killed over 30 Lashkar men in Pakistan. This is the breaking news of the hour. Pakistani terror outfit Lashkar-e-Taiba is battered, and they're claiming that 30 of their men have been killed. Now, this is a breaking news coming in, live visual, not live, but some visuals that we have procured of these Lashkar-e-Taiba men claiming that 30 of the LET terrorists have been killed. Now, on your television screen is Rizwan Hanif. He's the terrorist linked to the Lashkar-e-Taiba. And in Pakistan, he maintains the outlawed, and he was outlawed and disbanded by India long ago. But his video has surfaced on social media, and this is the video on your television screen. Now, in this video, he's claiming that in the past 3 to 4 years, many members of their banned organization, which is behind the 2008 Mumbai attacks, and also the many of the other killings in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, they have claimed that 30 of their Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists have been killed by an unknown man. Now, this is in Peshawar, in Karachi, in Rawalpindi, in Rawalkot, and also in Muzaffarabad. And this is the first time this terrorist linked to Lashkar-e-Taiba is sanctioned by the UN in 2005 over its links. Let's listen into what Rizwan Hanif had to say in this social media video that is surfacing.
इस जुर्म के अंदर हिंदुस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसीज ने उसको यहाँ आजाद कश्मीर के अंदर भी अमन और चैन से नहीं रहने दिया। अपने जर खरीद एजेंटों के जरिए से उसको यहाँ पर शहीद किया गया। ये पहला वाकया नहीं है। गुज़श्ता 3-4 सालों के अंदर 30 से ज्यादा वाक़यात हो चुके हैं कि हमारे भाइयों को शहीद किया गया, किसी को पेशावर में, किसी को कराची में, किसी को पिंडी में, किसी को रावलाकोट में, किसी को मुजफ्फराबाद में। जुर्म क्या है? जुर्म सिर्फ ये है कि हम ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह के मानने वाले हैं। हम हनुमान, घनश्याम, हरि राम, हम गाय की, बछड़ों की पूजा करने वाले नहीं हैं। ये जालिम हिंदू ये चाहता है जमीन के ऊपर गाय की पूजा हो, यहूदी ये चाहता है बछड़े की पूजा हो, और अल्लाह का बंदा इब्राहीम अलैहिस्सलाम की सुन्नत पर अमल करते हुए ये कहता है इस जमीन पर जब तक आखिरी मुसलमान जिंदा है इंशाअल्लाह किसी गाय और बछड़े की इबादत को कबूल नहीं किया जाएगा।
All right, Zeenat, thank you so much for staying with us. Zeenat, this unknown gunman who has killed over 30 Lashkar-e men in Pakistan, does it ring a bell to you? What is your understanding of this situation? This is actually great news. 30 of their men have been killed by this unknown gunman.
See, what Pakistan tried to sow in the Kashmir Valley 37 years back, they are reaping the same harvest at their own soil now. Because earlier what they would do in Kashmir, if you have read the history of the Kashmir, the same unknown gunmen would kill the locals or the policemen or the army person, and they would be tagged as unknown gunmen. Now what we are seeing, the internal fight or the war between Pakistani terrorists and the Pakistani army, and the Pakistan army is now trying to eliminate those who are the sore in their eye now. So he is admitting that the 30 of them have been killed in different operations from Peshawar to Pindi to Rawalpindi to Muzaffarabad. So this is that the kind of the Pakistan has always been talking about denying the terrorism on this soil, but now their own people are saying that their own terrorists are getting killed in the Pakistan. How is Pakistan going to defend the own statement that is coming from the terror organizations Lashkar-e-Taiba, because they are the organization who have been backed by the Pakistan army or the Pakistan administration.
Right. Zeenat, this feels like India's Dhurandhar moment for Pakistanis LET. But thank you so much for staying with us and giving us all of those details all the way from Srinagar. Appreciate your time. Getting another breaking news of the hour, ladies and gentlemen, where we have more. This is regarding the Jharkhand, in fact, paper leak. The CID has detained Lalu Yadav and also Pradeep Yadav from Hazirabad. Now, this is also two of them being, these are two brothers. They are accused they are detained by the CID and they are accused for paper leak in Jharkhand. The CID has detained Lalu Yadav and Pradeep Yadav. They're two brothers who are key accused in the Jharkhand paper leak case. And the accused is a selected candidate for the JPSC and also the alleged setter of the paper. Now, the CID has seized checks worth crores and also admit cards have been taken into custody. Right now, on your television screen are the protests that are coming in from Jharkhand, where a paper leak case has happened, and two of the brothers who were involved in this paper case, who had all the documents, the admit cards, have been taken into custody. The CID has seized checks worth crores from these two brothers, Lalu Yadav and also his brother Pradeep Yadav. So, big breaking news coming in. These are the visuals of the protests that are currently underway in Jharkhand. And very, very unfortunate, but this is the reality. But the good news is the two of the accused have been taken into custody. Viewers, students in Jharkhand have been protesting for over a week, with the thousands of them gathering in Ranchi over the allegations of irregularities in the state's recruitment process. The movement led by the aspirant is centered around the concerns over paper leaks, examination delays, missing cut-off marks, and also demands for greater transparency in the government job recruitment. The protests are seeking a CBI probe and reforms in the recruitment system. In fact, the issue has also triggered a political face-off, with BJP leaders questioning the silence of opposition leaders who had earlier raised similar concerns during protests in Delhi. Take a look at this detailed report.
The youth-led agitation was triggered by allegations of question paper leaks, the absence of cut-off marks, and repeated delays in the recruitment examination process. Addressing the media last night, The protesters warned that if their demands are not met, Chief Minister Hemant Soren should resign.
वो छात्र अपने जेन्युइन डिमांड के लिए पिछले 7-8 साल में झारखंड पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन, झारखंड स्टाफ सिलेक्शन कमीशन में केवल भाई भतीजावाद और भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है। जो झारखंड के बच्चे हैं वो जेन्युइनली नौकरी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, उनको नौकरी नहीं मिल पा रही है। जो गरीब बच्चे हैं उनको तो और भी नहीं मिल रही है। इसके लिए झारखंड में लगातार आंदोलन चल रहा है और मेरा आप लोगों से आग्रह होगा कि आप लोग इन चीज़ों को दिखाइए कि जेन्युइन छात्र का आंदोलन क्या होता है, कांग्रेस का असली चेहरा क्या है, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा का असली चेहरा क्या है, समाजवादी पार्टी का असली चेहरा क्या है।
The students are demanding a CBI probe into the alleged irregularities, the cancellation of the 14 JPSC examination, and transparent recruitment reforms. Protesters and student wings have also warned of laying siege to the Jharkhand Legislative Assembly on August 10, 2026, if their demands continue to be ignored. Leaders of the CJP, who had been vocal during the protests at Jantar Mantar over similar issues, are now conspicuously absent from the demonstrations in Jharkhand. Even as the student movement gathers momentum in Jharkhand, the opposition has maintained silence over the ongoing agitation.
जिन्होंने सत्र का 2 सप्ताह चलने नहीं दिया इसी नीट की परीक्षाओं को लेकर के, आज झारखंड की सड़कों पे जिस तरह से वहाँ के छात्र युवा आंदोलित हैं, आज क्यों चुप है राहुल? आज प्रियंका क्यों चुप है? आज समाजवादी पार्टी क्यों चुप है?
The BJP has questioned why opposition leaders who had strongly backed the CJP protests at Jantar Mantar have not extended similar support to the agitation in Jharkhand over comparable issues.
झारखंड के विद्यार्थी पिछले 8-10 दिन से राजधानी रांची में धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। हजारों हजार की संख्या में हैं, सभी गरीब हैं और उन सभी का आरोप यह है कि झारखंड राज्य जो एक सर्विस कमीशन है उसकी परीक्षाओं के पेपर लीक हुए। आज पूरा झारखंड का विद्यार्थी समुदाय जब इतने बड़े आंदोलन में शामिल है तो पूरे विपक्ष में सन्नाटा छाया हुआ है।
Meanwhile, the Congress has accused the BJP of sponsoring the protests in Ranchi, alleging that the issue is being politicized instead of addressing the concerns raised by the students.
प्रदेश का कांग्रेस का कमेटी ने उसके ऊपर रिएक्ट किया होगा और बीजेपी और आरएसएस वाले इसके पूरी इस स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट का, दिल्ली का स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट का नलिफाई करने के लिए साजिशों में लगे हुए हैं। आरएसएस पीछे लगी हुई है। आरएसएस का काम ही है ये जेन्युइन प्रोटेस्ट का, ये लोगों इनका पूरी तांत्रिक यूज करके डाइवर्ट करने के लिए।
Chief Minister Hemant Soren has remained silent on the students' demands, despite having made strong remarks during the CJP protests. As the agitation intensifies and political parties continue to trade allegations, the focus remains on whether the students' concerns will be addressed or continue to become a subject of political confrontation.
Viewers, Telegram application, which was blocked by the iOS and also the App Store, is now back on the App Store. There is no official word so far that we've got from the Apple on the removal or restoration, but the Telegram application is currently back on the App Store. So viewers, for your information, Telegram has been under scrutiny worldwide for a very long time. Now, neither Apple nor Telegram has issued an official statement for the time of the writing, but existing installations that appeared were actually that people already had on their phones remain the same, but the new downloads were blocked. But for now, Telegram applications are back on the App Store and they can be regularly downloaded. There is a word that is coming in that application is back on the App Store. Viewers, Telegram, the application, the communication application, very similar to other applications like WhatsApp, is now back on the Apple Store and also the Play Store. It was temporarily removed by the by the Apple Store and also by the Play Store, but there was no word from the Apple on removing or restoring the app. But now our understanding is that the Telegram app is now back on the App Store. I have my colleague Shivam joining us from the newsroom to give us more details. Shivam, this is such a confusing moment for the app itself. It was restored just a few hours ago while it was taken off by the iOS and also the Play Store. What are the emerging details that you have for us, Shivam?
Yes, Telegram app was briefly removed from the iOS and Apple, but this has to be highlighted, the fact that this was removed only for a very brief time, and now it has been restored. Now, there hasn't been any official confirmed statement by Apple that has come to surface. However, there are various sources which confirm that it was found that the content which was being put on Telegram was not as per the standards. It used to violate the standard guidelines that are met, including where prohibiting child sexual abuse material. And the app was subsequently restored after the developer promptly removed the content and banned the user who posted it. Now, so this is getting big. This is getting big, ladies and gentlemen. And it was briefly removed from the app. So we are getting the confirmation also. Telegram was briefly removed from the App Store over child sexual abuse material. And we have been highlighting the fact that various social media platforms are being used for such content, and it needs to be highlighted. And this is the statement that has also come. Now, Telegram was briefly removed from the App Store over child sexual abuse material, and we briefly removed Telegram from the App Store after our review found content that violates our strict guidelines prohibiting child sexual abuse material. The app was subsequently restored after the developer promptly removed the content and banned the user who posted it, Apple tells US media. So this is the response that the Apple has given to US media. This is the latest response by Apple that is coming. So definitely violation of the guidelines as per the Apple that they want should be the guidelines, and there was a violation of the guidelines by Telegram.
Right. Thank you, Shivam, for giving us those detailed updates. This was banned because of child sexual abuse material, and now, of course, they've taken cognizance, and there are more details that you will be tracking for us. Thank you, Shivam, joining us from the newsroom. Right now, we are heading into a short commercial break. There's a world of news waiting for you on the other side. Coming up, Jharkhand students announce Assembly Gherao on the 10th of August. Says protest will continue until all demands over the alleged exam irregularities are met after a short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं.
So these are the three categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए. मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ. खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना. प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए. मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ.
जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं. हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना.
अध्यक्ष जी, जहां पर कांग्रेस शासित यूपीए ने पॉलिसी वैक्यूम करा, वहीं पर अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Good morning, viewers. Headlines for today. Pakistani forces continue firing at unarmed protesters in POK. Fresh visuals emerged from Muzaffarabad of Pakistani forces setting motorcycles on fire. Jharkhand students announce assembly gherav on August 10th. Say protests will continue until all demands over alleged exam irregularities are met. Agitating Jharkhand students begin an indefinite hunger strike today. Pressure mounts on Congress-backed government to act. Parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguards for Meta platforms, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize and take action against the person responsible for removing Prime Minister Modi's video.
We're not talking, when you ask me, no, we're not talking, I'll say it. But we are talking right now, we're talking, and we're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar.
Trump says that talks with Iran are underway. Iran hits back saying that they have no intentions of negotiating. Now, Saeed Mohammad Marandi, Iran has said that Iran has no intention of negotiating with the Trump regime. Any act of aggression will be met with an overwhelming and decisive response from the Islamic Republic. As you see on the visuals on the screen, viewers, Mr. Modi, Prime Minister Modi has actually arrived. Now, this is for the NDA meet that's happening today. The Prime Minister is personally chairing this particular meet, and as you see on the visuals, you see the Prime Minister arriving. On his left, you see Mr. Kiran Rijiju. On his right, you see Mr. JP Nadda. And you see on the back, group of the top NDA ministers who've arrived in New Delhi, which is where the NDA meet is happening today. On your screen, you see the Prime Minister arriving. This is live at 9:33 a.m. which is for the NDA meet that's happening today. The Prime Minister flanked with JP Nadda on his right. On the left, you see Minister Kiran Rijiju as well. And this is basically the NDA MPs which are meeting for the weekly Mangal Milan strategy meeting. All right, coming back to the US-Iran war, Saeed Mohammad Marandi has said that Iran has no intentions of negotiating with the United States, specifically with the Trump regime, and has said that any act of aggression will be met with an overwhelming and decisive response from the Islamic Republic. Now, this comes amid reports of attacks on 3 vessels across the state, just across Oman.
अहंकार से प्रियंक खड़गे जी ने कहा कि ठीक है, पहले छात्रों को 25 दिन उपवास करने दो, 25 दिन का हंगर स्ट्राइक करने दो, फिर हम लाठीचार्ज करेंगे और उसके बाद मैं अपने रेजिग्नेशन के विषय में चिंता करूंगा। और इस पर अभी तक राहुल गांधी जी की चुप्पी है और मैं दावे के साथ कहना चाहूंगा कि आज भी वो पार्लियामेंट शायद चलने नहीं देंगे। मगर यह जो डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स है कांग्रेस पार्टी का, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी राज्यसभा में खड़े होकर उन्होंने घंटों भाषण दिया, अच्छी बात है, कम से कम चर्चा तो हुई। मगर जब उसी विषय पे जब उनके सुपुत्र कर्नाटक में इस प्रकार का बयान देते हैं जो कि इनसेंसिटिव है, अमानवीय है, उस पर मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और कांग्रेस पार्टी, राहुल जी पूरी तरह से चुप है। आप देखिए, झारखंड में प्रत्येक दिन सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से हजारों लाखों छात्र किस प्रकार से आंदोलन में हैं, वो आंदोलन कर रहे हैं, यह हम देख रहे हैं। और कांग्रेस पार्टी एक शब्द झारखंड में आंदोलन में बैठे छात्रों के पक्ष में बोलते नजर नहीं आ रही है, पार्लियामेंट में उस विषय को उठाते नजर नहीं आ रही है। एक तख्ती आपने देखा, कोई कांग्रेस का सांसद मकर द्वार पे झारखंड के एग्जाम को लेकर, जेपीएससी एग्जाम, जो 14वां जेपीएससी एग्जाम हुआ था, पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन का एग्जाम झारखंड का, जिसमें पेपर लीक हुई थी, उस विषय में एक तख्ती किसी भी कांग्रेसी के हाथों में देखा? किसी ने नहीं देखा, क्योंकि ये सिलेक्टिव आउटरीच है और इसके पीछे केवल राजनीतिक रोटी सेकने की चेष्टा कांग्रेस पार्टी की। आपको आश्चर्य होगा, मैं कुछ बिल्स का नाम लूंगा जो बिल पास हो गए हैं, लोकसभा में पास हो गए हैं, मगर उन पे 1 मिनट की भी चर्चा नहीं हुई है। पास होना अनिवार्य था क्योंकि जनता का कार्य है, चर्चा नहीं हुई, जनता अनभिज्ञ है कि इन बिलों में क्या है, इस कानून में क्या प्रावधान है, जनता को कैसे लाभान्वित किया जाएगा। कल ही मैं सदन में मौजूद था, वोटिंग होके पास हुआ था सुप्रीम कोर्ट नंबर ऑफ जजेस अमेंडमेंट बिल 2026। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के नंबर ऑफ जजेस को लेकर जो केस पेंडेंसी इत्यादि है, उसे कैसे समाप्त की जाए, ये इतना बड़ा रिफॉर्म देश लेके आ रही है, उससे कोई सरोकार नहीं है कांग्रेस पार्टी को और अपोजिशन को। और हम सब, भूल जाइए कि मैं प्रवक्ता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, मगर हिंदुस्तानी तो हूं, हम सबको यह सोचना चाहिए कि आखिरकार इतने बड़े मसले पर हिंदुस्तान में वार्ता जानी चाहिए कि नहीं, लोगों को यह विषय पता होना चाहिए कि नहीं। रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ बर्थ एंड डेथ अमेंडमेंट बिल 2026, कितने दिनों के अंदर बर्थ और डेथ रजिस्ट्रेशन होना चाहिए, अगर नहीं होगा तो उसका परिणाम क्या होगा, जन्म और मृत्यु ये निरंतर प्रोसेस है जो देश में और विश्व में चलता रहता है। उसको लेकर नागरिक अपने अधिकारों को किस प्रकार वो प्रयोग करें, क्या नया कानून आया, एक मिनट की भी चर्चा नहीं होने दी कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके अनुयायी दलों ने। क्या संदेश जा रहा है देश में? क्या यह विषय गंभीर है या नहीं है? कल निर्मला जी मौजूद थी, मेरे सामने ही चर्चा चल रही थी। उन्होंने इंट्रोड्यूस किया द बैंकर्स बुक एविडेंस बिल 2026। ये कितना बड़ा रिफॉर्म है। सभी का सरोकार बैंकिंग से है, मगर बैंकिंग से सरोकार रखने वाले भारत की जनता को द बैंकर बुक्स रिफॉर्म बिल के बारे में कोई चर्चा सुनने को नहीं मिलती है, क्योंकि वहां हुड़दंग मचा हुआ है। और हुड़दंग भी कैसा? अगर हुड़दंग के पीछे सबके तरीके होते हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि हम ऑपोजिशन में नहीं थे, हम ऑपोजिशन में थे। हमने भी ऑपोजिशन के नाते जो अपना दायित्व था उसका निर्वहन किया, मगर ऑपोजिशन के नाते पूरे देश के साधु संतों का अपमान करना, साधु के वेश में आना, साधु को चोर दिखाना, श्रावण के महीने में जब हजारों लाखों लोग कांवड़ यात्रा में निकले हुए हैं, वैसे में आप साधुओं को चोर के रूप में दिखाना, साधुओं को घसीट घसीट के लेते हुए आप जा रहे हैं, वह भी देश के सबसे बड़े लोकतांत्रिक मंदिर के प्रांगण में। एक साधु को घसीटना, साधु को मारने की कोशिश करना, ये गांव गांव तक क्या खबर पहुंचाती है? कहीं ना कहीं ये अंतर मन के अंदर गांव में ये खबर पहुंचाती है कि सारे साधु चोर हैं। जो ऐसे कपड़े पहनते हैं वो चोर हैं, जो चंदन और टीका लगाते हैं, जो त्रिपुंड लगाते हैं, वो चोर हैं। चोरों को पकड़ो और उन्हें पीटो। क्या किसी भी धर्म में, यह तो सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास और सबका विकास का देश है, क्या किसी भी धर्म के धर्म गुरु के वेश में आकर इस प्रकार का प्रयोजन पार्लियामेंट के प्रांगण में किया जा सकता था क्या? आप सोचिए, केवल हिंदुस्तान नहीं विश्व जल उठता अगर इस प्रकार से वेश बदल करके किसी और धर्म के धर्म गुरु को घसीटते हुए, पीटते हुए चोरों के रूप में दिखाया जाता। मगर आपने हिंदू धर्म का जो अपमान किया पार्लियामेंट के प्रांगण में, यह अक्षम्य है। समय बताएगा, रण अभी शेष है। समय बताएगा कि इसका नतीजा क्या होगा। मैं सिर्फ आज इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, चाहे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे के अहंकार के बोल हो, चाहे झारखंड के छात्रों की अनसुनी आवाज हो और उसको सिलेक्टिव रूप से ऑपोजिशन उठा रही हो, चाहे बिल्स पे कोई डिस्कशन नहीं होना, पार्लियामेंट में करोड़ों रुपए खर्च होने के बावजूद पार्लियामेंट को बंद रखना, या साधु संतों का अपमान हो, ये कहीं न कहीं हिंदुस्तान की वो दास्तां है जो सारे जनरेशन्स के लोग देख रहे हैं और सोच रहे हैं। और मैं आज बहुत विनम्रता के साथ कहता हूं, इसे गंभीरता से सोचिएगा और गंभीरता से इस पर विचार करिएगा। धन्यवाद। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछें। धन्यवाद।
Now, there you see on the screen, that was the BJP spokesperson, Samit Patra. He's criticized the Congress, which is, the opposition party basically, for not allowing any debate on Parliament in the current monsoon session. He specifically mentioned that there were some very key important bills that were raised, which were actually passed, but they were passed without any actual material debate in Parliament. He specifically referred to the Bankers' Bill Amendment Bill, which was introduced in Parliament yesterday by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and yet no major debate was allowed on that. He specifically referred to the other bills as well, such as the Vande Mataram Bill, as we call it, as well as the Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means Amendment Bill 2026. And he mentioned that if you look at the bills that were passed, they were mainly passed just by voice note without any major debate happening in Parliament, because the opposition did not actually allow any actual debate to happen. He also mentioned and criticized the Congress specifically for its silence in Jharkhand on the ongoing protests in Jharkhand against the JPSC as well as the JSSC examinations with respect to the protests that are ongoing for irregularities in both these examinations, and criticized the Congress for actually playing a double role where while they've And going back to the US-Iran conflict, we have a statement from Saeed Mohammad Marandi, who said Iran has no intention of negotiating with the Trump regime. He said that any act of aggression will be met with an overwhelming and decisive response from the Islamic Republic. Now remember, this comes after repeated attacks by Iran. We've just gotten news of 3 tankers being hit off the coast of Oman, where a couple of Iranian drones have hit these tankers. We have reports of attacks in Kuwait, where we see fires erupting in Kuwait, and these have apparently been again caused by Iranian drones originating from Iran. This, as Trump was actually parallelly briefing the media, and we recently saw statements from President Trump on the contrary, stating that talks with Iran are very much on, and he's spoken to the other Gulf countries as well, specifically mentioning Saudi prince there, and stating that the Saudi. Moving on, let's look at what's happening. Let's listen in to what President Trump had to say to the US media.
We're not talking, when you ask me, no, we're not talking, I'll say it. But we are talking right now, we're talking, and we're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar in particular, but others also. Many countries called, the leaders of many are friendly with a lot of them, almost all of them, one way or the other, and they all wanted to give this a last chance. This is a last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is a last chance for them to sign a good document. If we're not talking, when you ask me, no, we're not talking, I'll say it. But we are talking right now, we're talking, and we're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar in particular, but others also. Many countries called, the leaders of many are friendly with a lot of them, almost all of them, one way or the other, and they all wanted to give this a last chance. This is a last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is a last chance for them to sign a good document.
Now, there you have comments from President Trump stating that this would be the last chance for Iran. And while you see that probably there was an interjection by a member from the media asking whether Trump's talks were not actually happening, because remember, Iran has actually contradicted the US President Trump's claim, stating that no talks are underway, to which President Trump responded that no, if talks were not underway, I would have said talks are not underway. But he's again stated that talks are very much underway. He's also recently said that this is the last chance for Iran. This after he had actually threatened an attack as big as the World War II, an attack of the scale that had not been seen post-World War II. Now, we have a special guest here, Mr. Arun Bhaskar here. He's a geopolitical expert who's joining us for more details on this. Mr. Bhaskar, what do you make of the recent comments from President Trump? On one hand, we have President Trump claiming that talks are very much on On the other hand, you have Mr. Marandi, who's very close to the Iranian regime. He's, the ex-physician to, the late Iranian minister, the late Iranian supreme leader. He's the negotiator. He was part of the US-Iranian, nuclear deal. He was there. He said that, there have been no talks at all. What do you make of it?
Well, to understand this, you must understand that the US is desperate. It is desperate because of two reasons. Actually three reasons. One has begun to realize that fighting Iran and doing a landing on Iran is impossible. The terrain benefits Iran, and Iran has defended itself beautifully with underground passageways and what have you. Second is that suddenly the US is confronted with an enemy that gives it the option of having collateral damage which far exceeds whatever the US can do. For instance, the US was supposed to attack Iran on Sunday with ammunitions and with bombs much larger than what happened in the Second World War. On Sunday, nothing happened. The reason? On Saturday, Iran just sent out a message through Pakistan to USA, you touch us and we can tell you that these are the targets that we will attack. And almost every oil field in the Middle East was targeted. Every desalination plant in the Middle East was targeted. Now, please understand that while Iran depends on desalination for just 11% of its water needs, Kuwait, Bahrain, Israel, even Saudi depend more between 80% to 100% of the water on desalination plants. You destroy desalination plants and people can't live there anymore. The country's over. When the US saw the list of Iran, it decided not to bomb Iran at all. Three, and this is the crucial, and three is divided into two parts. The first part of three is that USA, in the wars of Ukraine and the war of the Middle East, has already expended 60% of its arsenal. It is left with only 40%, and that's part of strategic reserves which it has to keep to defend itself. It's fast running out of arsenal. That includes missiles, that includes bullets, that includes everything else. Now, when you run out of arsenal, you can't exhaust everything because then you're vulnerable to attack. The US wants to ramp up production, but to make arsenal, to make missiles, you need rare earths. And China has a chokehold on that as well. So effectively, the US does not have the capability of producing more and does not have the means to produce more. It's stuck. But there's another part of three. And that is, when the US decided to fight this war, it thought it was a very comfortable position. It is the largest oil producer. But if you look at the oil reserves of America, it does not have reserves of more than 5 to 10 years. It is the lowest reserves among all the top 10 producers, which is why it was important for USA to annex Venezuela so that it could get oil because its reserves are dying very quickly. And that is the reason why it wanted the oil of Iran as well. Remember, Iran is the only country in the Middle East which does not have US equity stakes. Qatar has Exxon and Chevron as equity partners. In Saudi, we've got BlackRock as equity partners. In almost every Middle East country, the US earns money from whatever oil they produce. In Iran, it does not have any equity partner from the US. And Iran has huge amounts of oil and gas. So he wanted to take the oil and gas. He couldn't. He failed. Now, that leads to the next problem. When he sent the ships to blockade Iran, when your ships are on elevation position, when you have planes flying along, you lose oil very quickly.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar, for joining us on this. Indeed, I think the conflict is something which we have to watch very carefully. And let's just hope it doesn't further escalate militarily, because that's going to be bad. We'll break for a short break now, and coming up on the other side, Pakistani forces continue firing at unarmed protesters in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Fresh visuals emerging from Muzaffarabad of Pakistani forces setting motorcycles on fire.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है,
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडिसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that, because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week.
All right, viewers, you're watching Republic Live. We will pause for a short break, and coming up on the other side, Pakistani forces continue firing at unarmed protesters in POK. Fresh visuals emerging from Muzaffarabad of the Pakistani forces setting motorcycles on fire.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में
से ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना है क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे, कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
BJP hits back at opposition, states that the opposition is not discussing any issue and is only trying to block the parliament from functioning. Pakistani forces continue firing at unarmed protesters in POK. Fresh visuals emerge from Muzaffarabad of Pak forces setting motorcycles on fire and shooting at protesters. Jharkhand students announce assembly gherao on August 10th, say protests will continue until all demands over alleged exam irregularities are met. Agitating Jharkhand students begin an indefinite hunger strike today. Pressure mounts on Congress-backed government to act. Parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguards for Meta platforms, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize and take action against the person responsible for removing PM Modi's video.
When you ask me, no, we're not talking, I'll say it. But we are talking right now, we're talking. And we're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar.
Trump says that talks with Iran are underway. Iran hits back, saying that they have no intentions of negotiating. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development. And the CDI conducted raids at 18 locations in connection with the JPSC irregularities case. Now, raids carried out at the premises of a coaching institute operator, middleman, and the alleged mastermind Abhay Tiwari. The CID has taken into custody on remand Ramveer Singh, the director of Messrs TSR Data Processing Private Limited, the agency that conducted the JPSC exam. Now, Abhay Kumar Tiwari, alias Manoj Kumar Tiwari, marketing manager, and Usman programmer. Raids were conducted at the residence of Ravi Shankar Kumar at Site 5, Dhurva, Ranchi. Now, Ravi Shankar teaches at coaching institutes in Ranchi and Palamu. A raid was also conducted at the Namkum residence of Aditya Pandey, who is associated with the coaching institute in Ranchi. In Ranchi, Aditya Pandey's sister has also cleared the JPSC preliminary examination. A raid was carried out at the Sarai Dhela, Dhanbad flat of Aditya Pandey, a coaching institute operator. The CID detained Aditya Pandey from the location. So this is big breaking news development. The CID had conducted raids at 18 locations. Big breaking news development on your television screen.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Republic Media Network's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, exposes the sharp contrast between the peaceful student demonstrations in Ranchi, Jharkhand, and political protests in Delhi. Now, thousands of students in Ranchi have been protesting for 10 straight days over JPSC paper leak allegations, holding the national flag, singing the national anthem, and demanding a fair examination. Now, Arnab questions why leader of the opposition, Rahul Gandhi, the Cockroach Janata Party, the CJP, and Sonam Wangchuk remain silent on Jharkhand's exam scandal, while calling out Congress leaders for labeling the peaceful Ranchi students as fake and RSS-driven. Listen in to the nation's sharpest opinion.
Like hypocrites who they are, the Congress leaders have started attacking the students who are sitting on a peaceful protest in Ranchi. Tonight, I want you to look very closely at what's happening in Ranchi. And these are students who Rahul Gandhi's government is attacking, who the Congress are mocking. They are calling them BJP workers. What you're watching in Jharkhand is what a real student protest looks like. Thousands of young men and women. They are neither as filthy or as crime-infested as those who are sitting in Jantar Mantar. They are not brutalizing anyone. They are not attacking anyone. They are not threatening to burn the assembly. They are doing everything peacefully. And why are they on strike? Because under the Congress government in Jharkhand, there have been massive, massive wrongdoings in the Jharkhand Public Service Commission and the Jharkhand Staff Selection Commission examinations. There has been complete wrongdoing. Massive corruption. And ladies and gentlemen, one would have expected that Rahul Baba or these CJP types or Sonam Wangchuk would have said something, but they haven't. Instead, they are calling them names. As 5,000 of them march through Ranchi, holding the Constitution of India in their hands and the tricolor above their heads, I want you to notice something. They are calm, they are peaceful, they are dignified, they are singing the national anthem. There is no vulgarity here, there is no abuse here, there is no attacking of policemen, there is no vandalizing of public property. They are not shouting anti-national slogans. They are not doing the tukre tukre Arundhati Roy kind of stuff. They are just saying, why under a Congress government are our exams rigged? Why under a Congress government is there no justice? Now these are genuine students. These are real students. And I say that deliberately tonight, but you will remember what I told you about the other gang. The CJP gang is that filthy, abusive, criminal-infested gang at Jantar Mantar in Delhi. See the contrast between the two. I told you then and I'm telling you now, watch the difference. In Jantar Mantar, you had perversity, perversion, vulgarity, attacks on security personnel. In Ranchi, you have children of farmers holding the constitution and asking for a fair exam. That is the difference between a manufactured, fake protest and a genuine one. Just hear this student.
हम तो अपना अधिकार मांग रहे हैं, नौकरी थोड़ी मांग रहे हैं उनसे. हम तो कह रहे हैं सिस्टम में पारदर्शिता होनी चाहिए, अकाउंटेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए. सरकार तक पहुंचाइए आप लोग. इस सिस्टम में जो लोग भी शामिल हैं, उन सबको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले ताकि आने वाली हमारी युवा पीढ़ी उनको ये संदेश मिले कि सिस्टम अंदर से सही हो गया.
So where is Rahul Gandhi tonight? Completely missing. Where is the CJP tonight? Nowhere to be seen. For 10 days, 10 whole days, Rahul Gandhi has finger on his lips. His lips are sealed. The leader of the opposition has been completely silent. Priyanka Vadra, Yogendra Yadav, the Congress power structure, not one word, not one tweet, not one visit. And remember, this is the same Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, who boasted that he has been fighting paper leaks for 2 years. 2 years. But when the students of Ranchi tag him, tweet him, when they beg him to look at them, Yogendra Yadav tells Rahul Gandhi, no need to care. Because this is a Congress state, you can do what the hell you want. We don't have to be crusaders here. Why? I'll tell you why. Because in Jharkhand, the government is in the dock of his own. It is a Congress JMM government. Paper leak is identical, pain is identical. Only the accused has changed, and Rahul Gandhi's and Yogendra Yadav's conscience has gone quiet. And where are the cockroaches? Where are the cockroaches? Where is Dipke? Where is Ranka? Where is posh party boy Das? Where is posh, very posh, where is posh party boy Das tonight? Maybe partying away somewhere. He doesn't have the time. His job is done. He can go back to his fancy, expensive life. Where is AAP activist Ranka? He's going to go back to being a sycophant of Arvind Kejriwal. Where is deep state Dipke? Nowhere to be seen. He's going to say, I'm still suffering from typhoid. These people who profited at Jantar Mantar for weeks, when now these students are calling them and saying, please come to Jharkhand. You know what they say? We'll do a video call with you. Be happy. Our involvement is a video call so that nobody says we're not involved. A 30-second video call is all the students get. Where is Wangchuk? Nowhere. Wangchuk has started praising the government, is praising the Indian Railways. Good. The Indian Railways has done a good job, which is why he said, it's a beautiful experience traveling on the Indian Railways. But while he's enjoying the luxuries of the Indian Railways, 10,000 students are sitting on the streets of Ranchi, Deep State Dipke, Party Boy Das, and AAP member, AAP activist Ranka, their bosses Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, Yogendra Yadav, not one word for the students. Not one word at all. In fact, Rahul Gandhi launched a complete attack on the students. Can you believe it? He says, through his leaders, he says, these are all fake RSS-driven BJP plants. Dear students protesting peacefully in Jharkhand, be strong. The Congress party has done a lot of injustice to you, but be strong. Rahul Gandhi is calling you a BJP plant, fake, RSS-driven. He's making his leaders attack you, but be strong. Be strong. Don't abuse, don't get violent like all the perverts who were out there in Jantar Mantar. Stay strong and remember, every single day that Rahul Gandhi is quiet, not me, but the whole country is asking, is this what it was all about? Rahul Baba, Deep State Dipke, posh party boy Saurav Das, and AAP wannabe leader Ranka, you're all exposed like never before. Have some shame now.
All right, viewers, let's move on to the top story that we are tracking. Unarmed protesters gathered at Lal Chowk in the heart of Muzaffarabad, the capital of POK, the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, which came under intense firing by Pakistani Rangers and Frontier Corps personnel at around 4:30 p.m. local time on Monday evening. Meanwhile, another video has emerged. Where the security personnel are setting ablaze the civilian motorcycles in Makri, Muzaffarabad. So this is the continuity of the brutality, the brutal crackdown of the Pakistani terrorist regime against the peaceful protesters in POJK, where they are being shot at, they are being killed. There's shelling that is happening against innocent civilians, innocent protesters. Their homes are being bombarded and they are being shot at point blank range, and they are being beaten brutally. Children are being beaten brutally. Nobody is being spared in these protests that we are getting visuals of from POJK Muzaffarabad, and you can see clearly, you can understand the kind of situation in POJK, where this terrorist army of Pakistan, the terrorist regime of Pakistan is setting the motorcycles of innocent civilians ablaze. They are setting it on fire, and later they will charge the protesters for vandalism, for arson and whatnot. You can clearly understand the kind of situation which is unfolding in POJK. It's part of India, illegally occupied by Pakistan, and these are the visuals, horrifying visuals coming in from POJK, where the protesters are being shot at. We'll go across to those visuals also, and if we have some audio on that, we'll go to the audio also so you can understand the kind of situation. Let's go to the audio and listen in to the kind of atrocities that are happening, where protesters are being shot at and shelling is happening.
लगातार यहाँ पे फायरिंग हो रही है। ये मुजफ्फराबाद की आपको हालत बता रहे हो, ऊपर लाल चौक के ये मनाजिर है, लगातार आपको दिखाए जा रहे हो। ये पुलिस की शेलिंग पे बेगैरत के बच्चे लगातार फायरिंग कर रहे हैं। ये शेर फाइट कर रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं। और ये गोलियां लग चुकी है, ये देखें, ये सामने आपके, ये गोलियां लग चुकी है। ये
बोलना POJK में
देखें, ये अपनी आवाम पे न्याती आवाम पे ये लगातार फाइट कर रहे हैं। ये जख्मी इनको इसी टाइम इसको एक को गोली लग गई है। ये देखें, लगातार इनके बगैरों के काम, ये यजीद की नस्ल के काम देखें।
The visuals coming in from POJK. This is Pakistan's oppression in POJK. Protesters are being attacked, motorcycles are being set ablaze, and tear gas is being fired at innocent protesters. You can see the visuals, the horrifying visuals coming in from POJK, where protesters are being shot at. Many have been killed in these ongoing protests. The foreign media has been blocked by the brutal Pakistani regime, which doesn't want the truth to come out in the open. And this is what we're getting in the visuals. And this is what they want to block. They want to block the reportage of foreign media channels when they want to highlight the reality, to showcase the reality, the real situation in POJK, where Pakistani army is setting motorcycles ablaze. Protesters are being shot at, they are being killed, tear gas is being fired. Let's go across to the videos that we have got from POJK. And this is the first video we have is from Muzaffarabad, where unarmed protesters gathered at Lal Chowk in the heart of Muzaffarabad. And the protesters came under intense firing by Pakistani Rangers and Frontier Corps personnel at around 4:30 p.m. on Monday. Let's listen into the NATs, the audio.
ये यजीद की नस्ल के काम देखे, ये अपनी आवाम पे देखे, लगातार यहाँ पे फायरिंग हो रही है। ये मुजफ्फराबाद की आपको हालत बता रहे हो, ऊपर लाल चौक के ये मनाजिर है, लगातार आपको दिखाई जा रहे हो। ये पुलिस की शेलिंग पे बगैरत के बच्चे लगातार फाइट कर रहे हैं, ये शेर फाइट कर रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं।
All right, we have a second video also coming in from Muzaffarabad, where the JEC has claimed, and it's evident, it's clear, there's visual evidence for that the Pakistani forces are setting on fire the civilian motorcycles in the area of Makri. It is not just the people who are being massacred, their belongings are also being destroyed by the brutal Pakistani army, the terrorist Pakistani army, in an effort to cripple the people and to destroy their homes, to destroy their economy, to destroy their property. And this is what they are up to. Let's go across to another video that we have for you. And this is the latest visual that we have got. Fresh visuals have emerged from Bagh in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where Pakistani army rangers resorted to using tear gas and opening fire against unarmed civilians in the area. Let's listen in to the brutality and watch the brutality. All right, let's go across to Zenith for all the latest updates, because we're getting these visuals, exclusive visuals from POJK. Zenith, it highlights the brutality of the terrorist regime, the Pakistani army, the rangers, the police. All of them are shooting at innocent civilians, and it needs to be highlighted that that's part of India, and it has been illegally occupied by Pakistan, and they are killing them. These are our people who are dying on that side in POK, in the POJK, Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir.
It's Pak operation in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where we see the unarmed civilians getting killed, brutal attacks taking place, the atrocities that Pak army is committing on its own soil. We see the N number of people on road. They are sloganeering, marching towards the Pakistan administration in Islamabad, Pindi area. The firing, the tear smoke shells, the canisters being used to disperse the crowd, and hundreds of people so far have lost their life, though the final number has not come out because of the clamp down on the media, clamp down on internet, clamp down on communication. They're not allowing even the foreign media to cover it. That tells you the situation is really volatile, and it's an unfortunate thing where the youngsters are getting killed for the basic rights, for the basic demands of food, electricity, jobs.
But Zina, they're also setting the motorcycles ablaze. They are setting the motorcycles ablaze. They're destroying public property. And you can clearly understand that later they will blame them, that you have done arson, that you have done vandalism. You can understand the whole propaganda. They're blocking foreign channels. Foreign channels are being blocked from doing reporting in POJK. So you can understand that the numbers that are coming out of people being killed, there might be a lot more of what's happening on ground. These are just few visuals which we have collected.
This is a little ice drop that we see on the ground because the actual communication or the actual visuals are not coming out to tell how the atrocities are being committed by Pakistan against the citizens. Then the motorcycles, no motorbike setup being blazed there, the property is getting damaged, the public infrastructure getting damaged, the private infrastructure getting damaged. This all tells you that how the Pakistan is blazing guns on the unarmed civilians. Because when we see what is happening in Pakistan, this is the same visual that we have seen in Kashmir in the last 35 or 37 years now, when the people would get unarmed, killed, the unidentified gunmen would barge into your home and they would kill, and then it was more like unidentified gunmen. We have seen the infiltration, the Pak pushing the Pak infiltrators inside the Indian borders, they getting neutralized. Even the young girls would get orphan. So what they have sown here in 90s,
yes,
now they are harvesting the root, they are harvesting those fruits at their own place. This is karma, a bitch that comes back to you, because the way you used to kill people here, unarmed citizens here, now you are killing your own people there. And now terror organizations have also been saying that 30 terrorists of the LET have been killed recently. Who are those terrorists? Because Pakistan has been every time telling that they don't support the terrorism on this soil, they have nothing to do with it. But now the Lashkar raising the voice from
right on point, Zeenat, well highlighted that the point. The karma hits back, and when it hits back, and this is the situation, that we hope that the protesters are safe and the brutality ends and Pakistan disintegrates into many portions, because they have occupied not just the Kashmir part, Jammu and Kashmir part, but also Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and other regions also that will disintegrate very soon. Thanks a lot for all the updates, Zeenat. Keep a track of all the developments. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you. Coming up after the break, BJP hits back at opposition, states that the opposition is not discussing any issue and is only trying to block the parliament from functioning.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Best हरा बोर्ड दिखाना.
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस.
ट्रायल लूंगा.
श्योर.
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है.
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है. हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर. एडवांस्ड जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग. सॉलिड डिफेंस.
ट्रायल में पास.
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा. हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस. सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately...
Well, viewers, coming up next, Jharkhand students announce assembly Gherao on August 10, says protests will continue until all demands over alleged exam irregularities are met. Coming up next.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the 3 categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot.
Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, BJP hits back at opposition, states that the opposition is not discussing any issue and is only trying to block the parliament from functioning.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
BJP hits back at opposition, states the opposition is not discussing any issue and is only trying to block the parliament from functioning.
जब से सदन आरंभ हुआ है, क्वेश्चन आवर पार्लियामेंट में हो नहीं रहा है। 0 आवर के लिए पार्लियामेंट में बाधाएं उत्पन्न की जा रही है। लगभग किसी बिल पे चर्चा नहीं हो रही।
Pakistani forces continue firing at unarmed protesters in POJK. Fresh visuals emerge from Muzaffarabad of Pakistani forces setting motorcycles on fire and shooting at protesters. Jharkhand students announce assembly ghirao on August 10, says protests will continue until all demands over exam irregularities are met. Agitating Jharkhand students begin an indefinite hunger strike. Pressure mounts on Congress-backed government to act. Parliamentary panel demands stricter safeguards for Meta platforms, asks Mark Zuckerberg to personally apologize and take action against the person responsible for removing PM Modi's video.
We're not talking. When you ask me, no, we're not talking. I'll say it. But we are talking right now. We're talking. And we're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar.
Trump says that talks with Iran are underway. Iran hits back, saying that they have no intentions of negotiating. All right, viewers, let's begin this first top story that we are getting. The BJP MP and Chairperson, Parliamentary Standing Committee on Communication and Information Technology, Nishikant Dubey, has criticized Meta India for removing the social media post of the Prime Minister. He stated that this is not the first time Meta India has done this. Nishikant Dubey also recalled Zuckerberg's statement in January regarding the 2024 elections and later apologized. Now, he added that this shows that his intention is to destabilize the country. Now, our committee has said two things and has clearly stated that the apology should come from Zuckerberg. If Zuckerberg does not give it, then the safe harbor protection under Section 79 should be withdrawn from him. CSAM, child sexual abuse material, is another issue. All right, viewers, we're getting another breaking news development. We'll go across to that breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen, where FIR against Udayanidhi Stalin by Thanjavur police. And over Udayanidhi Stalin's speech, police now inquiring the issue. A video is circulating showing police officials speaking with DMK MLA and former Minister M.A. Subramaniam and Udayanidhi's wife, Kritika Uday. Now outside Udayanidhi's house, now DMK functions gather. Police officials want to speak with Udayanidhi Stalin and no confirmation on the arrest as of yet. And Thanjavur police, along with the Chennai police, have reached the Neelankarai residence of leader of the opposition, Udayanidhi, to question the DMK leader after the TVK had lodged a complaint alleging that he made derogatory remarks about women during the DMK's Kaveri protest in Thanjavur on Monday. Now, police plans to arrest Udayanidhi and to take him to Thanjavur. An FIR has been filed against Udayanidhi. Exclusive visuals on your television screens. An FIR has been filed against Udayanidhi under 6 sections under BNS by Thanjavur police. So this is big breaking news development and this is happening live as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, there is a heavy police deployment and the police is there, and also the DMK leaders are trying to stop the police, as we can see from the visuals that we have just that have just surfaced right now. The FIR has been filed against Udayanidhi Stalin by the police. An FIR is against Stalin over the derogatory remarks made against Trisha. An arrest is likely, but we'll have to wait for the confirmation next after FIR filed against Udayanidhi Stalin. And the police wants to speak with Udayanidhi over the remarks that were made, the derogatory remarks that were made by Udayanidhi Stalin. So this is big breaking news development that we are getting right now on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. We have live visuals, also exclusive visuals on your television screen, as you can see. All right, Sharda is live with us with all the latest updates on the story. Sharda, we can see the police deployment. An FIR has already been registered. Is arrest next, Sharda?
Well, it looks likely that Udayanidhi Stalin will be arrested very soon. 6 cases have been filed against. FIR has been filed by the Thanjavur police for the statements made by Udayanidhi yesterday. And it is related to the comment that was made by the DMK functionaries against Trisha, and Udayanidhi laughed for it without commenting on it, and that is now led to this. And he's also made a very derogatory comment saying that whether the water will come in Kaveri or not, but in Trisha's house. So that is something that the people have been pointing out, telling that it is a very, very demeaning comment against actress Trisha and the Chief Minister Vijay. So now, Thanjavur police have filed a case against Udayanidhi Stalin under 6 sections. This comes after the TVK pronounced that they'll be doing a statewide protest today if action is not being taken. Now, multiple parts of the TVK is now taking police complaints in multiple parts of the cities, asking to take action against the DMK. So now, as we see these visuals, outside the DMK leader of opposition Udayanidhi Stalin's house to consider his arrest, and it's now likely that the DMK has moved the Madras High Court, which will be hearing in the afternoon whether there will be an anticipatory bail in this case for Mr. Udayanidhi or not. Until then, there is a question whether Udayanidhi will soon be arrested. So now Thanjavur police had approached Udayanidhi saying that they want to arrest him and that they would meet him and speak with him and take a statement before the arrest. So now we have to wait for the process as to which, whether the anticipatory bail will come first or whether he'll be arrested before that too.
All right, but I think because there's heavy police deployment also, and it seems like there are a lot of DMK supporters also, workers also there trying to stop the police. If you can put that into perspective, and because there were indeed remarks made against Trisha. Sharda.
Well, the DMK functionaries had come after the police were deployed fearing Udayanidhi's arrest to make sure that the leader is not arrested. The functionaries are now sitting in a sit-in protest outside Udayanidhi house, making sure that he's not taken away by the police. But however, the police
Sharda,
are
trying
to maintain the law and order situation.
Stay with us because arrest was likely. So DMK has approached the Madras High Court for anticipatory bail. This is big breaking news development that we are getting. Another breaking news where DMK has now approached Madras High Court for anticipatory bail. So tensions are escalating and trouble is mounting for Udayanidhi Stalin after his remarks against Trisha, because he was pausing and smiling and he said that it was not about her but it was about Kaveri water. But the video is viral on social media platforms, going back to Sharda for all the updates in this case. Now he cannot deny, Sharda, because he made those remarks while addressing. If you can put that into perspective and share more details on that.
Well, the DMK has been continuously trying to protect Udayanidhi Stalin, saying that he directly did not make a statement on Trisha and that it was only people who shouted her name and that he just laughed for it. So while DMK is trying to protect him, it comes as a question from multiple people, including the TVK ministers, as to whether Udayanidhi was literally promoting pornography on the stage yesterday while speaking about the Kaveri water issue. We saw Minister Adav Arjuna in his tweet last night around midnight. He posted telling that Udayanidhi was literally talking about pornography on the stage instead of talking about the Kaveri water issue when he said he's going to be protesting for the farmers. So now the DMK has approached the Madras High Court seeking an anticipatory bail. But however, the police have now already reached Udayanidhi Stalin's house. Both Tanjavur police and the Chennai City police are now having conversations with the DMK leader's wife Kritika Udayanidhi to seek permission to arrest him very soon, and is also requesting the functionaries to not create any issues in this, as 6 cases have already been filed against Udayanidhi Stalin. So today TVK early in the morning had said that there would be a statewide protest if no action is taken against the statements made by Udayanidhi, including a complaint was taken to the National Commission Women asking for Udayanidhi to give a public apology in this case.
And what kind of statements are we getting from the DMK in this regard, Sharda? Because it needs to be highlighted that the TVK, definitely, they will be angry on the kind of statements if they make below the belt remarks, which is uncalled for, and especially if they are vulgar. Are we getting any reactions?
If you remember, this is not the first time the DMK making any vulgar remarks.
Yeah.
The DMK is trying to protect Udayanidhi since yesterday, since the issue happened. DMK has been constantly saying that it was not a direct comment made by him and trying to protect, telling that the statement did not come from his mouth at all, targeting Atrisha, that it was a statement saying it was in general and that it was just according to the situation of the functionaries. The issue blew up, however, DMK is protecting it. But if you remember, in the past, DMK has always been vulgar against women. If you see the former DMK leaders like Ponmudi and the Udurai Murugan, who's always taken women in a demeaning manner, always spoken in a demeaning manner. Even last time, Anita Radhakrishnan, DMK MLA, was arrested and got bail after being in jail for almost 2 days for a statement against Chief Minister Vijay for speaking about his personal life.
Sharda, stay with us because we are getting visuals and I hope, Sharda, we are getting visuals and we have audio on that, and if you can interpret, you can translate over that. Let's listen in.
Filed or not, sir? Sir, just give a confirmation. Sir, what do you say?
They are here, they are raising slogans here, they are...
All right, so these are senior police officers also who just entered the barricade, and we'll try to get a reaction. These are live visuals, first on Republic, on your television screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, these are the visuals. These are coming. Sharda, coming back to you, if you can look at the visuals and speak over it, because we can see a very heavy police deployment. So the plan is for an arrest, but they have also approached the court for an anticipatory bail. So they understand the gravity of the situation and the kind of remarks that have already been made. Sharda.
Well, the cops have moved really fast on this case. While Udayanidhi made a statement yesterday morning, he was back in Chennai by yesterday evening. And while evening, it's only after the TVK took up the issue saying that Udayanidhi Stalin's statement is wrong. So police have immediately filed an FIR in this case, and multiple people have moved forward. And a heavy police deployment outside Udayanidhi Stalin's house in Neelangarai. Now, meanwhile, the DMK advocate wing has already moved the Madras High Court seeking for an anticipatory bail. Well, the case is said to be heard only by noon. The police have already said that they need to arrest Udayanidhi. Just few minutes back, higher police officials, including from the Chennai City and the Tanjavur police, met Udayanidhi Stalin's wife Kritika Udayanidhi and former DMK Minister Ma Subramaniam to seek permission to arrest Udayanidhi Stalin, where we will soon be getting the video where they have been conversing, telling that they need to meet Udayanidhi and speaking, whereas Ma Subramaniam been explaining that he needs a little bit time in the morning and that they could not arrest him immediately. Being a leader of opposition, there need should be a small indication of his arrest, is what the DMK leader pointed out. So now the question remains whether the police will soon take an action based on the FIR and whether anticipatory bail will still be considered after the arrest or not.
All right, we are also getting some reactions. Okay, let's listen if we have an audio. Okay. Testing, as I'm being told, and they say that we are not going to go back. That we are not going to go back, and this is the police that is near Udaynidhi, very close to Udaynidhi, and the arrest is possible. But however, they have approached the High Court. They want an anticipatory bail in this regard. Sharda, if you can see the visuals, the women are there. They're doing a sit-in protest, and they don't want to leave that location. And there's heavy police deployment. The police is also asking them to go back. They're saying that we won't go back. All right, we are getting a big breaking news development. High Court accepts urgent plea, anticipatory bail hearing today. All right, so because this is DMK fearing arrest, this is very clear, ladies and gentlemen. It is very clear DMK fears arrest, and it is very possible that he might be arrested. Look at the situation on ground, heavy police deployment. The police says that we want to talk, but it is basically about the arrest. And this is, they approached the court, the DMK approached the court, High Court, and High Court has accepted the urgent plea, anticipatory bail hearing today. Live visuals and live updates on your television screen. We can also, Sharda continues to be with us, but we're also getting reactions. We'll continue to play the reactions also if we have any audio on that. All right, Sharda, the High Court has accepted the urgent hearing request, the Madras High Court, to hear DMK's anticipatory bail today. Sharda, over to you.
Well, the Madras High Court is now all set to hear Udaynidhi Stalin's anticipatory bail plea very soon. This comes after the urgent hearing was filed. The DMK wing, the advocate wing of the DMK had already applied immediately. In just 10 minutes when the police had reached Udaynidhi Stalin's house, made sure that they filed for an anticipatory bail because it was confirmed that the arrest was sure and that the police are serious about it. After the conversation that they had with Udaynidhi Stalin's wife and the former DMK minister, Subramaniam. So now, while the arrest has been made clear by the police, the DMK immediately approached the High Court asking for a hearing, saying that the leader of opposition is going to be arrested, and that's the reason the Madras High Court has agreed for an urgent hearing. Right now, the conversation between Udaynidhi Stalin, Ma Subramaniam, and the DMK advocate Saravanan is also going along with the police officials. Udaynidhi Stalin is speaking to the police directly, seeking what the issue is, and the inquiry is now already begun in his residence in Neelangarai.
All right, and there were female protesters, women protesters also protesting, and they were stopping. They said clearly that we won't go from this location. So there is a possibility, high possibility of arrest. However, the Madras High Court has accepted the urgent plea, anticipatory bail hearing today. But the situation is tense right now as we speak. If you can explain the situation, Sharda, we have the protesters also, and we have a meeting inside that is happening right now, and they are talking to Udaynidhi's wife, the police, as we are getting to know.
Well, the situation is getting tensed up at Udaynidhi Stalin's residence because the arrest is likely to happen very soon because the police are very keen on arresting. We've seen in the last few days that the police have been taking severe action against comments made against the Chief Minister Vijay, saying that it is not acceptable. We also see in the past that the Madras High Court declined many bails for the DMK leaders who said that they cannot speak against Chief Minister Vijay. For once, we know the DMK MLA Markandeyan is already in prison because of the same reason. Earlier, the former minister Anita Radhakrishnan was also arrested for the same reason. So, speaking ill about Chief Minister's personal life has landed most of the DMK leaders in prison. Likely that Udaynidhi Stalin's statement is also going to face something like that. Right now, the conversation that's happening between police and the leader of opposition, Udaynidhi Stalin, is a formal inquiry happening as to what exactly happened yesterday during the protest in Tanjore, because Udaynidhi had gone there to speak about the Kaveri water issue.
Yeah, we have Mr. Pullarao joining us for a comment on the situation which is unfolding. Pullarao, thanks a lot, sir, for joining us at this moment. But looking at the pictures, the visuals, the kind of situation which is unfolding right now, heavy police deployment outside Udaynidhi Stalin's home, and there is a possibility of arrest, sir.
Yeah, it just seems to be they're making, I know it's a very controversial situation. It has been fanned by certain sections of the media, and now it has reached the High Court as if some big volcano has exploded there. And see, remember, I'm not going to mention names. Udaynidhi Stalin spoke about a big star. Stars are always in the public realm. Stars are there every day. They seek publicity, and they also, otherwise, why should they come forward in the public? If he had said something injurious to our reputation, of course take action. But it is to my belief that this is unnecessary. You are unnecessarily giving a high profile to Udayanidhi Stalin. You have pushed back issues like the Kaveri and other things, and then now all you're talking about is the statement he made. And on the contrary, they've taken it with a little sense of humor, I think. The Chief Minister, they should have taken it. He is the one who has brought this whole issue to the fore by going to social media and let it pass. See the hordes of policemen, this, do they have any other work? This is, I feel sad. He won a spectacular victory, Vijay. Spectacular victory. And now he is slowly depleting himself by these side shows. What's going to happen? He will get bailed. As far as I know, no particular section of law has been violated. Let them prove it. And I'm sure he's a former Deputy Chief Minister. He's got enough strength to fend for himself. But generally, if everyone is hauled up like this, what happens to us? If an ordinary person like me makes an observation on TV...
Mr. Pulla Rao, sir, I beg to differ with you, but it seems like you are downplaying the entire situation, sir, because he has indeed made below-the-belt remarks. Otherwise, there won't have been such kind of protests and such anger you can see on the ground, because police can't arrest just on mere political vendetta or something of that sort. There are solid grounds for the questioning, the arrest, and they are going to the court. They have approached the High Court for an anticipation bail. Sir, do you think this could have been avoided? Whoever she is, whether any actress, whatever the profession of the woman is, but you can't make a kind of statement which is vulgar, below the belt, no matter what she does.
No, it's just, all I'm saying is you have to deploy thousands of policemen there, and all those cameras start this, and you see him in his red T-shirt looking down from there. Is it all necessary? I don't think so. It's not necessary. You know what all they call Prime Minister's mother? Why didn't somebody go to court there? Tell me. Nobody went to court. All the abuse they heaped on that poor dead lady and his mother. I think this is disproportionate reaction. And the man who is Chief Minister, he won a spectacular victory. I'll never reduce that. He should take a little more relaxed view. You're in public life. You're in public life. You're not a cloistered. You're not leading a cloistered life to demand privacy.
But sir, this sets a precedent if we ignore all of the statements which are being made by senior political leaders, even in the matter of the abusive language which is used against Prime Minister Narendra Modi and against her mother, his mother specifically. Nobody approves of that language, sir. There should be arrest, whether PM forgives or not, sir. Don't you think that he should have himself come to the police and surrendered or give a statement, proper statement?
Let the High Court decide first. If the High Court decides they won't give him bail, he'll come down those steps and sit on the police van. That's all he will do. High Court is there before the High Court. He has asked for anticipatory bail. Let the High Court decide on the next half an hour. We'll see whether he sits at home or whether he'll get into the police van. Another 30 minutes, the suspense will be broken. But anyway, it should not be disproportionate, isn't it?
But prima facie, sir, he has made a big mistake, sir. Initially, he did make a big mistake, sir.
It should not be disproportionate. Just because you're in power, be a little magnanimous when you're in power. A little magnanimous. If he has made a mistake, he can say, he should not have said like that. Let it go. Now it will become an issue, and it will go on and on and on. So, this disproportionate. See what the Prime Minister did? He forgave everybody. He realized he'll be getting a lot of bad airs, bad reactions. He said, no, let them be forgiven. There should be an attitude of a little bit of magnanimity on those who are in power.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for your time, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. All right, let's cut across to a live interview that we are doing with Prashant Kishore. Let's cut across to that interview live.
तो जैसे आप गुजरात की चिंता करते हैं, जैसे आप मध्य प्रदेश की चिंता करते हैं, यूपी की चिंता करते हैं, बिहार की भी चिंता कीजिए। बिहार में भी किसी काबिल प्रोग्रेसिव आदमी को बैठाइए ताकि कुछ सुधार हो। जो भी हो, हम ये तो भाजपा को तय करना है, लेकिन वो आदमी सम्राट चौधरी नहीं हो सकता। इसलिए नहीं कि सम्राट चौधरी व्यक्ति से मुझे कोई लड़ाई है। जिस व्यक्ति का पूरा चाल चरित्र चेहरा पब्लिक डोमेन में है, जो खुद 7वीं फेल है, जो खुद हर तरह का गलत सर्टिफिकेट लगाए हुए, अपना उम्र का सर्टिफिकेट गलत, पढ़ाई का सर्टिफिकेट गलत, जो खुद 7 लोगों की हत्या में जेल काट कर आया है, जो कल तक राजद का गुंडा होता था, आज उसको आपने मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया, भगवा उड़ा दिया। तो मैंने तो हर सभा में कहा है कि जो आदमी गलत है वो गलत है, चाहे वो हरा झंडा पहन कर आए या भगवा झंडा पहन कर आए। सम्राट चौधरी कोई भाजपा के स्कूल से निकले हुए बहुत प्रकांड राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता नहीं है, ये तो राजद के लोग हैं। राजद के लोग, जिस गुंडा राज की, जंगल राज की हम लोग बात करते हैं, उस समय इनकी भूमिका क्या थी? देख लीजिए।
मानना है कि राजद कल्चर को जनता ने दरकिनार किया है।
बिल्कुल किया है राजद। मैं जो भी बिहार में थोड़ा भी राजनीतिक सामाजिक समीकरण को समझता होगा, वो ये जानता है कि बिहार में कुछ भी लोग स्वीकार कर लेंगे, लेकिन राजद का जो जंगल राज का कल्चर है वो तो स्वीकार नहीं कर सकते। और वो अगर भाजपा भी चाहेगी कि उस कल्चर को भगवा में ढांक के दे दे तो भी लोग मंजूर नहीं करेंगे।
आपने बड़ी चालाकी से, आप तो श्रूड टेक्नीशियन है, चुनाव के पहले ही आपने एक टेम्पलेट सेट कर दिया कि सम्राट चौधरी को मुद्दा बनाया कि ताकि आप, ये सब लोग राइटिंग ऑन द वॉल था कि आप चुनाव लगभग जीत रहे हैं, सब लोग जान रहे थे। तो आपने एक टेम्पलेट सेट कर दिया कि सम्राट चौधरी का रेफरेंडम वाला मुद्दा बनाओ कि अगले 4 साल तक मुझे ये रहेगा और मैं इनको घेरता रहूंगा। क्या ये भी
नहीं ऐसा है। हम तो चुनाव से पहले भी
1-on-1 बिल्कुल
नहीं
सम्राट को विधानसभा में अब घेरने की कोशिश करेंगे।
ऐसा है, हम चुनाव लड़ने से पहले भी, चुनाव के पहले भी सम्राट चौधरी के बारे में बोले हैं, चुनाव में नवंबर में हारने के बाद भी बोले हैं, और कैमरे पर डंके की चोट पर कह रहे हैं कि इस व्यक्ति ने 7 लोगों की हत्या की है। और लोगों को ये दिखा 2-2.5 महीने में कि एक अपराधी प्रवृत्ति का आदमी अगर बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएगा तो उसका क्या परिणाम होगा, वो भी लोगों को दिखा। पिछले 2-2.5 महीनों में बिहार में क्या बात हुई है? अपराध, अपराधी, इनकाउंटर, हाफ इनकाउंटर, जाति देखकर गोली मारो, गमछा देखकर मारो। 20 साल नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री रहे, कभी आपने उनके मुंह से इस तरह की बात सुनी है? जब मुख्यमंत्री ही सुबह शाम दिन रात यही बात करेगा तब तो पुलिस राज हो जाएगा, तब तो कोई शिक्षा की तो बात हो नहीं रही है, पढ़ाई की, रोजगार की, पलायन की तो बात हो नहीं रही है, फैक्ट्रियों की बात हो नहीं रही है। लोगों ने तो डबल इंजन के लिए वोट दिया था।
बात जो अभी बोल रहे हैं मुझे सम्राट चौधरी के खिलाफ, विधानसभा में भी इसी
भाई हम रोज कैमरे पर बोलते हैं,
विधानसभा के अंदर भी ये सब बात बोले हैं।
कब नहीं बोलते हैं कि बोलेंगे?
विधानसभा के अंदर।
अरे भैया कब नहीं बोले हैं आप ये बताइए? हम तो रोज बोलते हैं, लोग बताते भैया मुख्यमंत्री बन गए हैं संभल कर बोलिए, फिर भी बोलते हैं, रोज बोल रहे हैं। इस बात से कोई इनकार कर सकता है कि 7 लोगों की हत्या में जेल में थे? आप पत्रकार के तौर पे काट सकते हैं, वो नेता के तौर पर इसको डिनाई कर सकते हैं, कोई वकील हम पर केस कर सकता है इस बात के लिए? भाई 7 लोगों की हत्या में जेल में थे तो थे, ये बात को बता रहे हैं। और भाजपा के नेतृत्व को बार बार ये बता रहे हैं कि सर ऐसे व्यक्ति को बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री मत बनाइए, आपको जनता ने मैंडेट दिया है, गुजरात के लोगों ने आपको वोट देकर प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है, तो बिहार के लोगों ने भी अपना वोट देकर आपको मुख्य प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है। हम लोग के बच्चों की भी चिंता कीजिए, बिहार में भी पढ़ाई हो, रोजगार हो, पलायन बंद हो, इस पर भी प्रधानमंत्री बोले कि सिर्फ अरवा उसना चावल और जातियों का समीकरण बनाकर बिहारियों को गिनी पिग न बनाया जाए। भाई 25 MP गुजरात से गया है, हम लोग भी तो 35 MP जिता कर भेजे हैं। बिहार का भी तो कुछ राइट होना चाहिए। गुजरात में 1 लाख करोड़ का बुलेट ट्रेन चले, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन बिहार के लोगों को पैसेंजर ट्रेन भी तो नसीब होना चाहिए भाई। ये बात कर रहे हैं, हमारी कोई किसी से लड़ाई नहीं है। 4 बरस बिहार में भाजपा की सरकार है, एनडीए की। हम लोग बस इतना चाहते हैं बांकीपुर के चुनाव के जरिए कि सर बिहार पर ध्यान दीजिए, सिर्फ अरवा उसना चावल पर वोट मत मांगिए। हम लोग भी अपने बच्चों को यहाँ पढ़ते हुए, नौकरी करते हुए देखना चाहते हैं, पलायन रोकना चाहते हैं।
अच्छा ये बताइए कि नितिन नवीन का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनना आपके लिए वरदान साबित हुआ?
नहीं, हमारे उस देखिए, कोई बिहार का लड़का, जाति और दल से मैं ऊपर उठ के इन बातों को बोलता हूँ, बिहार का कोई व्यक्ति राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर पहुंच गया है, वो हमारे लिए, बिहार के लिए गौरव की बात है। मैं उस बात का सम्मान करता हूँ। आप पूरे चुनाव प्रचार में देख लीजिए, हमने उस बात को उठाया नहीं। लोगों ने कहा कि नितिन नवीन ने काम किया, मैं उस बहस में भी नहीं पड़ा हूँ। नितिन नवीन जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बन गए हैं, ये बिहार के लिए गौरव की बात है और उसका मैं सम्मान करता हूँ। सिर्फ राजनीति में नहीं, कोई पिक्चर में बड़ा आदमी बिहार का बन जाता है, कोई स्पोर्ट्स में बनता है, तो हम लोग के लिए गौरव की बात है, इसलिए कि हम लोग देश में सबसे पिछड़े हैं। हम लोग को ऐसे ही लोग बिहारी करके हंसी उड़ाता है। कोई हम लोग के समाज से उठकर अगर ऊपर चला गया तो हम लोग के लिए गौरव की बात है। बात यहाँ पर नितिन नवीन जी की नहीं है। नितिन नवीन जी तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी चला रहे हैं देश में।
इसका दूरगामी असर
बांकीपुर को तो सम्राट चौधरी को चलाना है, बांकीपुर को तो यहाँ के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को चलाना है। और बांकीपुर की आज दशा क्या है? एक बारिश हो जाए तो नाली गली और घर का अंतर मिट जाता है, वो सुधार होना चाहिए।
राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष की सीट को आपने बीजेपी से छीना है, उसका राष्ट्रीय स्तर।
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because Udaynidhi is in big trouble after FIR has been registered under 6 sections of the BNS after crass remarks against actress Trisha. Madras High Court to hear DMK's anticipatory bail plea today. No arrest till 12.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say मोदी जी clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से।
Another big breaking news development, and these are the live visuals coming in, and I'm getting an update. I'm getting an update right now that Udaynidhi is now being taken from his house for inquiry by Chennai Police Commissioner Amal Raj. So this is the situation on ground. As we can see, ladies and gentlemen, live visuals that are coming in from Chennai, live from Chennai visuals, heavy police deployment on ground. There were also protesters sitting on ground, and they were adamant that the arrest should happen. However, the DMK, they fear the arrest of Junior Stalin, that is Udaynidhi Stalin, and they have approached the High Court in this remark, and High Court has approved the listing of the case, the urgent hearing in this case, and till 12 we are getting to know that there will be no arrests. There will be no arrests, and Udaynidhi has not been arrested but detained for inquiry by Thanjavur and Chennai police after court denies arrest before 12 noon, and the functionaries protest outside his house denying arrest by police. And this is the big development that we are getting. There is massive drama in Chennai as police has detained Udaynidhi Stalin. I repeat, not arrested because of the High Court direction, but he has been briefly detained. But we'll have to wait for the update, latest update, because we are getting live visuals also. We have a correspondent, Sharda, also. We have a correspondent. Sharda is live with us with all the latest updates in this regards. Sharda, it's high drama which is unfolding in Chennai. They approached for an anticipatory bail. The listing has been approved by the High Court in this regards, but the High Court said there won't be any arrest till 12. But we are getting to know that he has been detained for inquiry. Sharda, over to you. It's huge, Sharda.
Well, after approaching the Madras High Court, the DMK leader of opposition, Udaynidhi Stalin, has been said not to be arrested before 12 p.m. as the case is to be heard by the Madras High Court for an urgent hearing. Meanwhile, the police have been given permission to detain Udaynidhi Stalin and take for an inquiry and investigation on this particular case that's been filed against him. So now Udaynidhi Stalin is being taken away from his house, is detained by the Chennai Police Commissioner Amal Raj along with the Thanjavur Police, who is filed Udaynidhi Stalin has 6 sections, and there would be now inquiry as to what happened yesterday in Thanjavur in his speech. And apart from that, 2 other DMK functionaries who shouted Trisha's name in Thanjavur have also been arrested under this case. So now inquiry is going to be happening on a full swing, where DMK is now protesting outside Udaynidhi Stalin's house, denying that they will not allow the police to detain Udaynidhi Stalin. So this is a high drama first thing in the morning that's coming from the DMK, because until yesterday evening, both the DMK and the TVK did not react much on this, but after multiple media houses took over the issue is when the TVK ministers reacted post midnight, saying that it was Udayanidhi Stalin's statement that was similar to pornography that happened on stage. That's the main statement that Adar Varjuna has made, and other ministers have also pointed out, telling that the DMK is following the suit of the former leaders like Durai Murugan, Ponmudi and Anita Radhakrishnan, who has always been speaking derogatory and making derogatory remarks against women in politics and as well as actors, and that's the reason now multiple TVK leaders have come out to point hands at the DMK, saying that such statements cannot be made again in the future. A severe action has been taken by the Tanjavur and the Chennai police in this particular case, because multiple people are protesting outside the police officials' offices today, saying that an arrest should be made against Udayanidhi Stalin. They're saying that the speech is condemnable, and in this case now we see Udayanidhi Stalin being detained by the Chennai police, and he's been taking over for the inquiry by the Chennai police and the Tanjavur police. Following this investigation, we can expect if the anticipatory bail will be issued or not. While no arrest before 12 p.m. has been confirmed by the Madras High Court.
Yeah, Sharda, because he has been detained, will he be taken to the police station, or he has been detained at the same location? What is the update that you're getting on that?
Well, it has not been confirmed as to as whether he's been just taken into custody. As of now, it's not been confirmed where he's been taken. Probably for an inquiry to the commissioner office is what it's expected as, because without detaining, he cannot be taken into prison, nor would he be taken to a local jail. So likely that, because Police Commissioner Amal Raj is also there, is likely to be brought to the commissioner office for a detailed inquiry. But however, he's just taken into custody, but he's not been confirmed whether he will be arrested as per the Madras High Court order or not. So we have to wait and watch where the inquiry is going to lead to.
All right, so till 12, there are orders that he won't be arrested. But what about post 12? Will the matter be heard before 12?
Well, the Madras High Court has asked for an urgent hearing in this case, and the DMK is ready to submit all the proofs and the requisites that is important for this particular case to be heard, whereas the state prosecutor has also agreed to listen and talk about the case. In this reason, the Madras High Court, if there's a possibility, the judge will hear about the case very soon. It's likely, it was said by noon that it would be heard, so likely that by 12 o'clock the judge would be listening to this particular case.
All right, but these are the visuals also that are coming, that we are getting outside Junior Stalin's home, live visuals that we are getting. Sharda continues to be with us with all the latest updates on the drama that is unfolding right now. Sharda, again coming back to you, because we are getting also the live visuals, and the two visuals of one of inside Junior Stalin's home. The police had a conversation with the wife of Udayanidhi, and also senior officials and DMK leaders are inside his home, Sharda, as we are getting to know.
Well, there were senior officials. Now, if you see the latest visual show, Udayanidhi Stalin being brought outside his house because police are now detaining him, taken into custody. Udayanidhi Stalin is being taken away by the police right outside his house. Many protesters are denying that he cannot be detained or arrested. He was seen with multiple DMK leaders, including the DMK advocate Saravanan, as well as the former minister Ma Subramaniam and his wife. This main conversation happening between the police officials and Udayanidhi Stalin, making confirmations that what is the questions that's been raised against him, what are the complaints that's raised against him.
All right, we have this live visuals coming in from Chennai. Let's stay on the visuals for a while.
Right, in fact, now viewers, we're looking at massive chaos that's unfolding outside the residence of Stalin Jr. and my colleague Sharda continues to stay with me. Sharda, we understand that as Udinidhi Stalin has now been detained, we're looking at this massive chaos unfolding outside his residence. If you could tell our viewers, what is exactly the situation on the ground?
Well, we can see the visuals where the protesters of the DMK are now saying that they do not agree for the arrest for Udinidhi Stalin while he's been only detained. They're not allowing the police to take Udinidhi Stalin from his residence. Udinidhi Stalin is likely to be brought by the police commissioner for an inquiry, and only after 12, after the case is heard by the Madras High Court in this urgent hearing, we will know whether the arrest will be made or not. An anticipatory bail is being applied by the DMK in this case. However, the anticipatory bail is not being given as of now, and the court says after 12, after hearing the case, will the final decision be made. Until then, the inquiry will be made after Udinidhi Stalin is being detained right now.
Right, in fact, let's summarize for our viewers what exactly is now unfolding right now. Police has detained Udinidhi Stalin, and you can see the supporters, in fact, blocking police vehicle to move out of his residence. You can see how they're trying to stall the detention of Udinidhi Stalin. The visuals are on your screen as showing how the police is trying to disperse the crowd as they are picking up Udinidhi Stalin. This comes in after he made these crass comments against Trisha during a Kaveri water dispute speech. So those are the visuals we're getting live on Republic TV, viewers. You can see Udinidhi Stalin as well inside the police vehicle on your screen. Going across to my colleague Sharda, who's been extensively covering this development on the ground. Now, Sharda, we're looking at, police trying to disperse the crowd outside the residence as he continues to be present inside the police vehicle. But there are supporters which are flanking the vehicle. They're trying to stall the vehicle from moving away from his residence.
Well, as you can see, Udinidhi Stalin, the leader of opposition, has been taken away from his house by the police. He's detained.
All right. In fact, Sharda, hold on to your thought. I'll come back to you. We're also being joined by Narayan Tirupati on this, Tamil Nadu BJP chief spokesperson. Thank you, Mr. Tirupati, for joining us. Now, the situation has escalated after Udinidhi Stalin made some crass comments in reference to Trisha while he was making a speech on Kaveri water dispute. And now, as the police has detained him as well, the situation is escalating on the ground.
Yeah, I welcome this. I welcome this police action, and by taking severe action against these people, that too a leader of opposition, party leader who claims that it is from Dravida model, should not have spoken like this. And not only irresponsibly, but illegitimately, illegally, and very, very harsh and very filthy words. So in future, no one in Tamil Nadu should talk like this. They should learn from this lesson. So Udinidhi Stalin definitely should go behind the bars. Is it freedom of speech or the dignity of women? The court will decide.
Right. In fact, he's been detained at the moment for questioning, we understand, and he's also filed for an anticipatory bail plea in Madras High Court, which will be heard around 12 noon, we understand. So, sir, as you said that, you want the arrest to happen. He's made some very uncalled for vulgar comments with regard to Trisha, and this is not the first time that DMK leaders have come out while condemning the TVK leadership. They continue to make reference to actor Trisha as well.
Yes, definitely. That's what I said. See, no one should dare enough to talk like this. And the dignity of women is more important in society. How a person like Udinidhi Stalin, who is a deputy chief minister and also leader of opposition, can't talk like this? Nobody should support him. In fact, Mr. Stalin, the chief minister of Tamil Nadu previously, should have come out openly and he should have condemned Udinidhi Stalin, though he is his son. No person with wife, mother and daughter will talk like this. Udinidhi Stalin has spoken like that.
In fact, sir, when we asked questions to DMK leadership, there were statements coming in that tried to defend the kind of comments that Udayanidhi Stalin made, and they're still saying that, he did not make reference to any woman. But the big question is, do you think this entire case should be made an example out of this, that, once such comments are made, the action will follow?
100% yes. I think Mr. Vijay, Joseph Vijay, the Chief Minister, will have the spine to do this. If he does, it is really great of him.
Right, sir. In fact, we've also seen that, not just other political parties have also come out condemning this statement. And where do you think this action will follow? Now, we understand that questioning will happen in this case first. And then, of course, the anticipatory bail plea will be heard by Madras High Court. So how do you think this should proceed further?
I will tell you one thing. In Udayanidhi Stalin spoke this in Tamil. And his gesture, nobody could understand along with the language which he spoke, because all of you are from North. English channels or Hindi channels. The way he has spoken is definitely, I don't think no one in this century, no political leader would have spoken like this. I'm telling you, this is the worst speech I have ever heard. And definitely he has to be taken to task. He's sure to go behind the bars. Then only others will definitely hesitate to talk.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tirupati, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your inputs on this. Also joining us on the broadcast is now Tamilisai Soundarya Rajan, who's a BJP leader. Thank you, Ms. Soundarya Rajan, for joining us on Republic TV. Now, you are somebody who's been active in politics. You understand that how women often become, a part of this political battlefield, whether or not they are related to the kind of comments which are made, but they're often used as a reference in this battlefield. And this time it's the DMK leader, Udayanidhi Stalin, who made a crass comment, a vulgar comment against Trisha while he was delivering a speech on Kaveri water dispute. At the moment, he's now been detained. How do you look at this, ma'am?
Please stay on the line.
All right. In fact, we'll try and connect with the BJP leader on the line. But right now, going across to my colleague, Sharda, who's present on the ground and covering all the developments. Sharda, take us through what's now unfolding outside the residence. It seems like that the crowd is now swelling up in numbers.
Well, after Udayanidhi Stalin is being detained by the police, the DMK members are thronging outside his residence, saying that the police cannot take him. We've got information that Udayanidhi Stalin is being taken to Tanjavur. He is not being brought to Chennai Commissionerate. The complaint has been filed in the Tanjavur police station by the TVK women wing functionaries, and now Udayanidhi is being taken to Tanjavur directly. He has also been set to file an anticipatory bail in the Madurai High Court as well, to make sure that he's not been arrested. An inquiry will be happening at the Tanjavur police station, where a police complaint has been filed now.
Right. In fact, now Shada, you mentioned that right now he's being taken to Thanjavur, right? So how is this process going to follow? We understand that the bail plea will also be heard at about 12 noon, which is when no arrest can be made till that point.
Well, the Madras High Court here, asking for an urgent hearing, said that as being a leader of opposition, Udayanidhi Stalin cannot be arrested immediately, and that he requires a certain amount of notification. And right now, even now, Udayanidhi is not been arrested and taken to Tanjavur police, where he's been only detained after police gave him a detailed explanation of and saying that this is an inquiry process and what has happened yesterday, giving them a detailed information as to what happened yesterday to get more information as to whether what statements he's made. We also saw Udayanidhi coming out of his house and speaking to the media after being detained by the police in the police van, saying that it is a fake propaganda being made by the TVK against him, pointing out, telling that he did not make any particular statement against any actress or the chief minister, and that it is a rumor that's being built up, and he only spoke about the Kaveri water issue. Following this, the police explained him as to what the process of inquiry is because of the complaints filed against him in one day.
All right. In fact, Shada, hold on to your thought. We're also being joined by C.R. Kesavan, a BJP leader. Thank you, Mr. Kesavan, for joining us on Republic TV. Now, at the moment, the situation is escalating in Tamil Nadu, with Udayanidhi Stalin now being detained. And this comes in as he made a crass and a vulgar comment against Trisha while he was delivering a speech on Kaveri water dispute. How do you look at this action which is now unfolding, sir?
First thing, good afternoon to you and your viewers. This is the debased mentality of the DMK, and people who are conversant with Tamil Nadu politics know that for decades DMK has been indulging in this vulgar, perverted rhetoric, and especially against women. And it was Udayanidhi Stalin who had arrogantly remarked, calling for eradication of Sanatana Dharma. I think Udayanidhi Stalin should first eradicate his filthy, foul mouth. Nobody speaks in this uncouth, depraved manner, and it was a very deliberate remark, as everybody saw. I mean, it was very clear in the videos out, and I think one question is very clear. While the law is taking its course, Srimati Kanimozhi Karunanidhi always speaks out for women issues. She is, Udayanidhi Stalin is from the same family and the same party as her. Why does she keep quiet? Why doesn't she condemn and ask Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin to apologize? I think the high time the DMK leadership, when he made his remark, when Mr. Raja said, Sanatana Dharma and Hindu religion is AIDS, and he said it's the biggest menace to the world, did they condemn him? They kept quiet. So whenever the DMK keeps quiet, it's like they're tacitly consenting and agreeing to these depraved remarks. So these remarks of Udayanidhi Stalin are most crass, and they are really lowering. It's not about a party. This is not the culture of Tamil Nadu. This is not who Tamil people are. And he's a leader of opposition. He's been a deputy chief minister. And if he's slandering and slamming the dignity of women in this manner, why is the DMK leadership and the women leaders of the DMK like Kanimozhi Karunanidhi maintaining a mute silence? That is the question they should ask, and you should be asking them too.
Right. In fact, I agree with you on that note, sir. We are also being joined by DMK leader on this, Dr. Saeed Hafizullah. Sir, I want to ask you, we have seen that video of Udayanidhi Stalin. It is a very clear and a deliberate reference that he makes to Trisha. It is not something that was provoked by the people who were standing there to, in fact, hear his speech. So how can the party go ahead and defend that kind of statement, that vulgar statement made in reference to Trisha?
What is vulgar in this is first needs to understand this. People who are spinning a narrative. There is nothing he did
no,
not
no,
even
no, sir. This is not
Trisha.
a narrative being spread. Everyone has heard that video.
Everyone is narrative. Listen, you have asked to talk. Listen to me. Please listen to me. Don't cross talk.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
You engage with people who are ready to take your cross talk. You are patiently listening to the other spokesperson who was speaking. What is, you explain, you said that there was a crass remark, vulgar remark. What is vulgar in whatever Udayana said? You tell me, you should take responsibility for your words. This is a narrative that is being spinned, which will legally...
Sir, your party should be ashamed, your leaders should be ashamed, and you should be the one who should take responsibility for the kind of statements you make on a public stage like that, when you make a reference to a woman who has nothing to do with politics, and then you try and come and defend such kind of statements?
No, you tell me what is vulgar in this, please, first.
Sir, have you not heard the statement of your own leader?
I have heard there is nothing vulgar in whatever he said. It is for the people who are interpreting it in a vulgar way. We leave it to the interpretation. The honorable court
Sir, you cannot hide under this cover. People understand that kind of reference that he made. I understand. Our audience understand it. And if you don't understand, you can't pretend that the statement was not made with that kind of intention.
It is for the people to interpret in their own way, with their own mindset.
No, sir. No, there is only one way to interpret that.
No, you cannot say that. You cannot say that. Let the court interpret it. We will wait for the court. Let's not run a media trial. Let's not spin a narrative.
It is not a media trial, sir. It is the backlash. Have you not seen the social media backlash that's coming in? The video has gone viral, and for the right reasons. People are coming there outraging over the kind of statement that was made.
The social media is not the judiciary. There is going to be a judicial trial. We will see how it goes there. So before that, let's see. If the TVK is really interested about women's safety, I think you should ask the people who are representing the TVK. There is a complaint against the Ranipet district secretary of sexual assault by a young woman.
Sir, there is no water boundary that you can do in this kind of incident. That look what others are doing. First, you need to be answerable for the kind of statement your leader made on a public stage.
Listen. If you are here to listen to me, please let me speak. You cannot be interrupting me every 20 seconds. If it is for the channel TRP, you run without our speech. You run the way you want to run it. But if you call me, you have invited me to talk. Okay, I cannot talk on your terms.
Yes, sir.
That
Sir,
is the
please
basic
answer.
media ethics.
Please answer
No,
the
I am
question.
answering.
I will let you
cannot
talk.
answer.
Please answer the question. How can the party come ahead and defend a statement like that?
I cannot give an answer which pleases the Republic. Republic TV. That is not my job.
No,
That
sir,
is
I'm
not
giving
my
you
job.
the space. Please answer the
you're not
question.
giving
How
me the
can the
space.
party
You
defend
are
a
not
statement
giving me
like
the
that?
space. See, listen, I have not come to a phono to listen to your sermons. Please understand that. You know what your limit is. Your limit is to ask me a question. I'll give the answer I want to. You like it or you not like it is not my problem.
Sir, you're not here. You're not here to teach us how to do journalism. I'm asking you a very plain question. You need to answer. You need to answer and fix accountability.
No, you don't tell me what accountability
Your
is.
leader, sir, Udinidhi Stalin, is a serial offender. Not the first time he's made such statement. But instead of issuing an apology, instead of showing some remorse, some guilt, you're coming out here and defending that kind of statement, questioning media for asking the right questions.
No. I am telling you, if you ask me a question, give me the space is what I said. Don't twist. Republic is known for this. Twisting words,
yes, Republic is known for asking the right questions.
No,
please
that
be
is
known
not
for the right reasons.
No, that's an illusion of the Republic TV. That's an illusion of the Republic TV.
That is the reputation, sir. We carry the reputation of asking the right questions. So don't question our journalism.
Delusional hallucination is what I can say, because I know you have been only sermonizing
Sir, you suffered a massive defeat. People gave you the verdict, and now you're saying that it is for people to decide. You had the verdict in the elections. People gave you the verdict. You were given. You were routed out of power. So let's be a little humble. Let's learn some lesson from the defeat.
In elections, we lose, we win. And see the TRP of Republic TV in Tamil Nadu. Can we discuss in this terms? Can we discuss in this terms how Republic TV is rejected by people of Tamil Nadu?
Sir, in fact, you said that people will decide. People did show you the mirror in the elections. You suffered a massive defeat. They gave you the verdict. You were routed out of the power, and now there is some lesson for you to be learned here, some humility to be shown, but clearly no remorse, no guilt for the kind of statement that comes in. But there are leaders who shamelessly come out and defend that kind of statement.
The way Republic TV is rejected in Tamil Nadu speaks.
Sir, we don't need lessons. Sir, we don't need lessons from people who've been voted out of power on Republic.
Do not sermonize me.
Sir, you know what? Let's play the bite of your leader, Udinidhi Stalin. Let the people decide what exactly your leader said. Let's listen into that bite, and then we can make what exactly the reference he made. Let's listen in for our viewers.
ஆனா இத பத்தி இருக்கக்கூடிய முதலமைச்சர் வாயை திறந்து பேசுறாரா? பேச மாட்டேங்கிறாரு. அவருக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே கவலை என்ன? திமுக மேல என்ன பொய் வழக்கு போடலாம், என்ன பொய் கேஸ் போடலாம். எங்க தண்ணி வருதோ இல்ல அங்க தண்ணி வரணும். காவிரி சொன்னேன். ஆனா இத பத்தி இருக்கக்கூடிய முதலமைச்சர் வாயை திறந்து பேசுறாரா? பேச மாட்டேங்கிறாரு. அவருக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே கவலை என்ன? திமுக மேல என்ன பொய் வழக்கு போடலாம், என்ன பொய் கேஸ் போடலாம். எங்க தண்ணி வருதோ இல்ல அங்க தண்ணி வரணும். காவிரி சொன்னேன்.
Right, sir. You heard the statement made by a leader. Now, I cannot repeat it for you because unlike your leader, we show respect and dignity to women on Republic TV. But you just heard him, and now tell me, how can you defend a statement like that? Wouldn't parties should come out and apologize, show some humility?
What is vulgar in this? You please explain it to me, or we are going to the court. Come and
sir, it is unbelievable that you're still asking me what is vulgar in this. Do you want me to explain it to you? Do you think people don't understand what the kind of reference Udinidhi Stalin made?
It is for the people to interpret in the way they want to interpret it. We will fight it in the court. We will come out.
Sir, in fact, listen. I'm on live television. Okay, so have some humility and understand the kind of reference your leader made. Have some shame that you're asking me to explain this.
We have respect on women. We will see it in the court. We are not ready.
All
to
right, all
answer
right.
the
In
media
fact,
trial.
hold on to your thought. Hold on to your thought. We are also being joined by Satya Kumar, who's a TVK spokesperson on this. Thank you, Mr. Satya, for joining us on this. Now, we understand the kind of vulgar reference, the kind of crass comment that was made by Udinidhi Stalin, who's now been detained at the moment. But you have DMK coming out shamelessly trying to defend that sort of statement. Mr. Satya, can you hear us? All right, we'll try and connect with the TVK leader again. But viewers, DMK leader, in fact, Dr. Saeed continues to stay with me on this. Now, we're talking about the kind of statement that's now been made by Udinidhi Stalin, who's at the moment detained. Now, everybody knows the kind of reference he made to Trisha, the kind of remarks that he made, how vulgar, how crass were they. But still, DMK continues to come out and shamelessly tries to defend it, tries to hide under the garb of double meaning. In fact, also going to the extent of asking our anchors that try and explain what vulgarity is there in that kind of statement. All right, in fact, Satya Kumar from TVK is back with us. So I want to ask you, the kind of statement that is coming, one would expect that DMK should come out, apologize, show some remorse, some guilt, but there is absolutely none on their part. In fact, we were just speaking to a DMK leader. He comes out and he says, what is vulgar about that kind of statement? Right, Satya, can you hear us? All right, in fact, going across to my colleague Shada, who's been tracking all the developments on the ground. Shada, do tell us what is happening on the ground right now. We understand, looking at the numbers, they seem to be increasing on the ground.
Well, right now, Udinidhi is being taken to Tanjore after, it's not an official arrest yet made by the police, but he's been detained, he's been taken to Tanjore for questioning and investigation. While the High Court has denied any official arrest before 12 noon, the urgent hearing is said to be made. So now he's been taken to Tanjore. We see DMK protesters on the street saying that they will not agree for this arrest because they say that the TVK is twisting the narratives of the DMK's leader's speech. Udinidhi Stalin also addressed the media after being arrested temporarily by the police, saying that he never made any derogatory comment. He only spoke about the Kaveri water issue, and that he's trying to claim that the statements that were made were only the names of other actors that came out by the functionaries, and that he did not make it openly, and that there was no offense in the speech that he made, is what the DMK and Udinidhi Stalin is sticking on to. But right now we have to wait for the Madras High Court order, as he's also applied for an anticipatory bail in the Madurai High Court, because the case is filed by the Tanjore police shows that Udinidhi should be arrested immediately, and he's been detained by the police. So we have to wait whether the official arrest will be made soon or not.
All right. So what do we understand? He'll be taken to Tanjore through road, we understand at the moment?
Right now, he's being detained by the police. Whether he's going to be taken by road or whether he's going to be taken any other mode of transport is yet to be confirmed by the police. But yes, he's directly being taken by the Tanjore police. He'll be going to Tanjore for this because there's no case filed against him in Chennai, and the Tanjore police takes over the case. It was only Chennai commissioner who had come to make sure that there is no law and order situation outside the Udinidhi Stalin's house, the LOP's house, and the reason for that. So we have to wait and see. It's likely that he will be taken through road because of the sudden arrest that's been made, because until yesterday there was no cases. Today morning the case was filed, and immediately he was taken to the police station, detained by the police, and he's been immediately taken to the police station in Tanjore.
Right, in fact, and we also understand that this case which has been filed in Tanjore police station has been filed by the women wing of TVK. So what details do we have regarding the case and the complaint that's been filed at large?
Well, this particular complaint being filed by the women's wing of the TVK say that the derogatory mark is being made by the DMK over the questions coming out saying that this arrest is not acceptable as there is no proper statement by Udayanidhi, no derogatory comment made by Udayanidhi is what the DMK is sticking on to, whereas the TVK says that it is not acceptable for anybody to speak against the Chief Minister in a derogatory way. And if you remember, in the past, we saw MLA Anita Radhakrishnan also been arrested the last week, and we saw MLA Markandeyan, who was also arrested just 2 weeks back for the same reason, who's still in prison for making a very demeaning speech.
Shada, hold on to your thought. I'll come back to you. We're also being joined by Dr. A. Surya Narayanan from TVK. Thank you, Dr. Narayanan, for joining us on Republic TV. Now, I want to ask you, at the moment when we are discussing this issue and Udayanidhi Stalin has been detained, we also had a DMK leader, and asking questions to him, one would expect that the party would show some remorse, some guilt, but shamelessly they're coming out and trying to defend this crass, this vulgar comment that was made in regard to Trisha.
Yes, of course, as a responsible opposition to the assembly, Tamil Nadu Assembly, as the opposition leader, he should talk with decorum. He should not talk like a third-rated person. He should talk decently, and he should not wound the actress and actor leaking unnecessarily the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. This is very much harm, and this is not a correct way the opposition to talk. He deserves arrest. He should be an example to the ordinary public. As a responsible Tamil Nadu legislative opposition leader, he has not talked as per norms, as per decorum. So as per the woman's disrespecting the woman and disrespecting the person who is in a responsible position, degrading, it will not be it should not be a lesson. It should be a lesson to the leader, because it is very, very wrong. This is a right decision taken by the TVK leader, and it should be followed. Those who are talking or doing a crocodile tear should understand they should not talk against a woman, that too a woman who is in the cinema and is a heroine for the last 25 years. It should be condemned at the outset. The decision taken by the Tamil Nadu police is right, and he should be arrested and should be punished as per the law of the land.
Right, sir. Sir, at the moment, Udayanidhi Stalin has been detained. A complaint has been filed by the TVK Women Wing, and he's been taken for questioning to Thanjavur, we understand. But, of course, the arrest cannot happen until an order comes in on that from Madras High Court on his anticipatory bail plea. How is TVK likely to take forward this case?
Yes, sir, because it is degrading the woman is 100% condemnable. The leader, opposite leader, who should be an example to the people, should talk properly and should have a decorum in his talk. So he is only detained. That Udayanidhi will be taken to the police, the judicial. The court will decide whether he can be taken to the jail, or he will be let off by bail. But it is highly condemnable. It is not a political decision taken by the TVK. It is that common sense prevails, and degrading a woman is a criminal, it's a crime. That's why it is taken. The law will take its own course. The police is not arrested. The police only taking to the court in the Thanjavur court, which is around 250 kilometers from his residence, and the law will take its own course. It should be accepted by all.
Right. In fact, and as you know, as we were talking about this, we also had a statement coming in from Udayanidhi himself, and shamelessly he calls the entire case of fake propaganda against him. He says he will be taking the legal route, and he was only talking about the Kaveri issue. So he tries to hide under this cloak of double meaning reference that he made at this speech, and then he tries to defend it, also saying that I will take the legal route, and this is entirely a fake propaganda.
Yes. It is always the DMK will do this type of, because they lost the election, they want to enter into through horse trading. Already lot of DMK leaders were arrested and went on bail by offering 30 crores, 40 crores to the TVK MLAs. already hostage is high on the part of DMK. So it is also one of the part to try to weaken the TVK government. It cannot be done because TVK is having a majority in the floor of the assembly, and these type of activities will only spoil the DMK name in the public. Because as a responsible leader, they should talk with decorum and not disrespecting the woman. That too, a famous woman. That is, as a woman which is a Bharat Mata. And we treat woman as a nation, as an Indian nation, Bharat nation. We should treat woman with high respect. But he degraded the woman and compared with a double meaning, which is condemnable by once for all. Even I want to tell DMK leaders, Congress leaders and other leaders should condemn, including BJP should condemn, because BJP is having symbol of mother as a Bharat Mata. As degrading the woman is condemnable. I want to respect through the greatest media, Republic TV. Please, in the Delhi, the BJP leaders, BJP spokesman should condemn the Udayanidhi's talk on women, degrading women, and it will be an example. It will increase the vote share of the BJP if they want to be sincerely do and condemning the Udayanidhi, which is very, very bad in taste, and which cannot be, if those people who knows Tamil knows, it cannot be digested.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Narayanan, for joining us on Republic TV. And viewers, we are also being joined by Amerikai V. Narayanan on this official spokesperson of TVK. Thank you again, Mr. Narayanan, for joining us on Republic TV. Now, I want to ask you very clear-cut. This is not the first kind of statement that has come in from DMK leadership when they've made a reference to Trisha. We've seen a similar such statements also coming in before. Do you think this time there will be an example made out of this, that when such crass, such vulgar comments are made against women, actions will follow?
It is not against an individual person, whether it is Trisha or our chief minister or anybody else. They have crossed the Lakshman Rekha. They have made vulgar comments against ladies, my mother, our sisters, and their own mothers, and the entire womanhood of India and Tamil Nadu. In India and Tamil Nadu, we look at women right next to God. That's the way we keep them in pedestal. These people have consistently done, they don't care. Yesterday, I was trying to listen to him so I can learn from him as a leader of opposition what the errors of commission and omission that has been done. Maybe if it is the right thing that he gives, we will listen to him. Instead, what did he do? He insulted the farmers. He took the farmers' issue, which is the most important thing, and they feed us. And he goes there and talks ill of farmers' mothers, farmers' sisters. Now, it is not, he is being arrested not because he has insulted a single lady or our chief minister. He is being taken because women in Tamil Nadu, women in India are angry. And it is incumbent on the government of Tamil Nadu to take action on those people who insult their mothers, their sisters, their daughters, and that's the only thing is being done. He has always spoken this kind of things. We didn't take action. As a matter of fact, last evening, I was asked to give immediately, as soon as it happened, that's the time I was appointed as a TVK spokesperson, I got a call from several national TVs. When I asked them, they said, let him say. But I told them, look, he is not against us. It is against women. It is against mothers. That's the only reason. Last night, they made a decision that they will react.
All right. In fact, I agree with you, Mr. Narayanan. Thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your inputs on this. And now, viewers, at the moment, the latest that we know is that Udayanidhi Stalin has now been detained by police. He's been taken to Thanjavur police station. This is where the TVK Women Wing has filed a complaint against Stalin Jr. And this is over the vulgar, the cross comments he made while he was delivering a speech at Kaveri water dispute. He made a reference to Trisha. And this is now escalated on the ground as well. Let's listen in to the reaction we're getting from DMK, the first reaction coming in.
Intention there, as per their boss's instructions, they want to attack DMK, not to do any good to the people of Tamil Nadu. It's a huge agitation yesterday was held in Tanjavur. Farmers were in large number had joined the agitation for water. On June 12th, water for Kuruvai should have been released, but this man did not take care for it. Now, after all these things, he is going to Supreme Court. What was he doing for the past 1 month? More than 1 month, from June 12th to August 3rd. What was he doing? Did he care to release water for the people? His intention is not that. He is a slave to somebody who wants to, this man, to attack DMK on all counts. That is what they are doing. Beyond attacking DMK, have they done one good thing to the people of Tamil Nadu? You can see the electricity bills. Last time I paid 2,002 rupees. This time my house bill was 5,700 rupees. And every household, the bill have been received high amount for a higher amount. No, this government did not care for it. Whatever the people are agitating, whatever the people's needs are, this government doesn't take care. Their only job is to attack DMK. That's all. Because their bosses have instructed them to do that. They are slaves of somebody.
Sir, how do you see the sudden arrest of Udayanidhi Stalin? Because as per the court order also, it says that intimation should be given, an indication should be given, but suddenly the leader of opposition being arrested.
Yes, definitely. They didn't seek the permission of the chair, one thing, the speaker of the house. But they will do anything because they don't want Stalin to, Udayanidhi to be present tomorrow when the budget is presented. Because he will attack the budget, he will criticize it. They don't want Udayanidhi to be in the house when they read the budget, or day after tomorrow it is the farm agriculture budget. On both counts, if Udayanidhi was there, he will criticize the government. They are afraid of Udayanidhi being in the house. That is why they are trying to arrest him. Okay.
All right. In fact, that was the first reaction coming in from DMK on the detention of Udayanidhi Stalin. Right now, we understand he's being taken to Thanjavur police station. This is where a complaint has been filed by TVK Women Wing against the kind of statements that Udayanidhi Stalin made about Trisha. In fact, this is what is now unfolding right now on the ground. We are getting live visuals as the supporters continue to stall a police vehicle which is carrying Udayanidhi Stalin. So at the moment, situation escalating in Tamil Nadu. This comes after Udayanidhi Stalin made some crass comment, made some vulgar comment against actor Trisha. And this is when he was, in fact, delivering a speech on Kaveri water dispute. So again, stooping low and in the political battlefield, using women as a pawn, as a tool. All right, viewers, we are slipping into a short break. At the moment, don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, getting you what is unfolding right now in Tamil Nadu as Udayanidhi Stalin has now been arrested at the moment for the kind of cross comments he made against Trisha. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that, there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We can hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us.
Coming up on the other side, DMK moves Madurai court for bail after Udinidhi Stalin arrested for derogatory comments made against Trisha. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते, तो हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आवास के सामने और वहां पर जाके आंदोलन करते हैं।
So these are the 3 categories: student, idiot, and andhbhakt who follows the idiot. Now,
प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। खंड 2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांग बने, जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ।
जिन लोगों ने
Coming up after a short break, upon being arrested, DMK leader and leader for opposition Udinidhi Stalin shamelessly terms the action against him a joke, says we'll deal with it through legal means. Getting you all the updates on that on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes mark the first major American attack since Trump paused the bombing campaign last week. Trump had earlier vowed to hit Iran very hard after an Iranian missile attack on an American base in Jordan. Within hours, US forces launched retaliatory strikes, escalating tensions across the Middle East.
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but, you know, we got to smack them a little bit. Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating.
Coming up on the other side, upon being arrested, Udinidhi Stalin shamelessly terms the action against him a joke, says we'll deal with it through legal means.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अगर मैं जेनजी की भाषा को बोरो करूं, then I will have to say Modi ji clocked it and provided a legislative solution.
आपको समझ ना आए तो आप घर जाके गूगल पे आप सर्च कर लेना ये क्या नारा है। वो नारा देते थे वास्ते गुने हुइयां, और वो नारा देते थे इतने प्यार से, इतनी खूबसूरत तरीके से इस्तीफा मांगते थे। कहते थे जब आपसे इस्तीफा भी मांगते थे तो कहते थे कुचू पुचू इस्तीफा दे दो, आज हमारा जन्मदिन है।
विपक्ष के आंदोलन को एक समराइज करना चाहूंगा मैं जेनजी के भाषा में। 37 दिन तक तो ये जंतर मंतर नहीं गए, तो इनको MIA हो गया। MIA क्या है? MIA मिसिंग इन एक्शन। तो 37 दिन तक हमने कुछ नहीं किया, तो कुछ तो करना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर तो नहीं जा सकते।
Heavy monsoon triggers widespread waterlogging across parts of Haryana, flooding major roads and disrupting traffic in several busy market areas. With more rain expected over the coming days, authorities are warning of continued waterlogging and flooding in low-lying areas. Tripura observes National Organ Donation Day with Angdan Jeevan Sanjeevani Abhiyan in Agartala. As part of the initiative, Health Department has now completed 9 kidney transplants and 1 cornea transplant in the past 2 years, while expanding transplant facilities at GB Pant Hospital. Jammu and Kashmir police and SDRF teams carry out a rescue operation in Poonch, evacuating civilians and livestock stranded in River Beta. The teams safely evacuated those trapped amid rising water levels and difficult conditions. And coming up on the other side, after being arrested, DMK leader and leader of opposition Udayanidhi Stalin shamelessly terms the action against him as a joke, says we'll deal with propaganda through legal means. Getting all the updates on that on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We're going to hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized. But, we got to smack them a little bit.
The United States has launched airstrikes on Iran hours after President Donald Trump warned Tehran of a strong military response. The strikes marked
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news development. This is the DMK MLA O. Paneerselvam, who has been arrested now. An OPS has been detained in Theni for unlawful protest against TVK after the arrest of Udayanidhi. So another DMK MLA has now been arrested for protesting against the TVK, and this is huge, ladies and gentlemen, because there are protests also happening by the DMK in this regard. This is DMK MLA O. Paneerselvam, who has been arrested, OPS who has been detained in Theni for unlawful protest against TVK after the arrest of Udayanidhi, because Udayanidhi Stalin, he made such crass remarks against women, against Trisha, after which there were complaints filed against him. An action happened on ground and he was detained and he was arrested. And today, Udayanidhi Stalin, Junior Stalin, has been arrested as we speak in Chennai. We showed you the live visuals. We'll go back to the visuals of the arrest and the latest happenings here. But we're getting this big breaking news development where OPS, O. Paneerselvam, has been arrested. DMK MLA O. Paneerselvam have been arrested. OPS has been detained in Theni for unlawful protest against TVK after the arrest of Udayanidhi, because there are protests and counter-protests happening from both the sides, from the TVK and also the DMK. Both parties are on the streets. The TVK is protesting against Udayanidhi, and the DMK is protesting against the arrest of Udayanidhi Stalin. This is the big breaking news development that we are getting. And also, these are the visuals of the confrontation also of the workers and the police, which came to arrest, to detain, and first of all to question Junior Stalin, and he has now been picked up. Earlier he was detained and later he was arrested, and they even approached the High Court for an anticipatory bail, and the High Court had made sure that there will be no arrest till 12. However, he was arrested. First he was detained and later he was arrested. This is big breaking news development that we are getting, and now DMK MLA Paneerselvam, that is OPS, also has been arrested. Now, there are various charges which are against Udayanidhi in this regards, and now he has been arrested, and because of that, there were protests happening in Chennai and in Thenni, where there has been an arrest of OPS. All right, let's go across to Sharda for all the latest updates in this story. Sharda is joining us live from Chennai with all the latest updates. Sharda, we're getting to know that OPS has now been arrested for the protests.
Well, O. Paneerselvam, the former chief minister who joined the DMK from the AIADMK, is now an MLA. And while a lot of commotion was happening recently telling that O. Paneerselvam is set to leave the DMK and join the TVK, he is now been arrested by the police for staging a protest against the TVK following the arrest of Udayanidhi Stalin. So we saw that Udayanidhi Stalin has been detained by the Tandauj police and he's been taken after a complaint was filed against him. Now, the question that comes at this time is whether OPS, who protested against the TVK, saying that the protest was unlawful and that it was not acceptable for what has happened, and that the arrest is now right at the time after Udayanidhi was arrested for the protest that OPS did. He is now been arrested and is being taken by the police.
All right, and are the protests still happening as we speak? Because we got the visuals where the TVK and the DMK, both of them were protesting.
Well, throughout the state, multiple protests are being held because a few minutes back, we saw a small protest outside the DMK headquarters as well, whereas multiple functionaries were saying that they cannot agree the protest done by the arrest of Udayanidhi Stalin. At the same time, the TVK is also protesting in multiple locations in Chennai city, especially outside the commissioner's office, who were demanding for the arrest of Udayanidhi Stalin from today morning. So, multiple DMK functionaries continue to resist that Udayanidhi Stalin should not be arrested. Right. In just few more minutes, the Madras High Court will be adhering to the anticipatory bail of the Udayanidhi Stalin's arrest, and following that, we will know whether the police will only be detaining him for inquiry or whether an official arrest will be made with an FIR.
All right, Sharda, we are also getting the visuals where the women workers of TVK, women cadre of TVK, are protesting against the crass remarks that were made by Udayanidhi Stalin in this regards. Let's listen into the audio also, if we have the audio of the protest. Let's go across to Sharda. Sharda, they're raising slogans against Udayanidhi Stalin right now. But coming to you for the latest details on the arrest, because he was detained and he was arrested, but they also moved the High Court. Sharda. All right, we'll try to reconnect with Sharda once again, but these are the protests which are happening in Chennai. This is the protest of the TVK against Udayanidhi Stalin for the remarks that he made. Now, there are various sections, various charges against Udayanidhi Stalin. We'll get you all the details of that too. But these are the visuals coming in, live visuals of the TVK protest in Chennai, which is happening against Udayanidhi Stalin for the kind of remarks that he made. We also have the bite. We have the statement of Udayanidhi Stalin. Let's play that bite also, that reaction, the kind of remarks that he made against women especially, and against Trisha. Also, we're getting these live visuals. You have the TVK protest in Chennai, and there was a DMK protest also where OPS has been arrested from Thenni, and protests happening from both the parties, that is the DMK and the ruling TVK. All right, Sharda is back with us with all the latest updates, because Sharda, they approached the High Court for an anticipatory bail, and there was protection to them for that they won't be arrested at 12. What are the updates on that?
Well, initially when the police had arrived at the residence of Udayanidhi Stalin's house, it was said that no arrest should be made because an urgent hearing was made at the Madras High Court. However, the Tanjore police had detained him and is now taking by road to Tanjore for detailed inquiry on a complaint filed against him. So we know that Udayanidhi Stalin has been arrested over a complaint filed against him by the TVK functionaries for the derogatory remarks that he made yesterday. Meanwhile, he's also filed a bail in the Madurai High Court because Tanjore comes under the district. And while this will be considered to be an official arrest of the leader of opposition, because the urgent hearing is yet to be heard, only after the urgent hearing will we know whether that will this arrest only continue as a detain until the questioning is over, or will Udayanidhi Stalin be taken to jail as it will be considered to be an official arrest if in case anticipatory bail is not given by the Madras High Court. The DMK now questions as to why, even though they said there was no protest that's been taken, though the High Court said that they cannot be arrested before 12 noon, that he is still arrested.
All right, yeah, we'll have to wait for the update on that. But if you can highlight the kind of statements, and also, first of all, if you can highlight the charges which have been put against Udayanidhi Stalin in this case, Shal.
Well, there are 6 sections under which Udayanidhi Stalin's case has been registered under. These 6 sections under BNS include Harassment of Women Amendment Act and also the Information Technology Act, and all the BNS acts that's been mentioned under is about for harassment and the statements made against women. So this derogatory remark that was made indirectly by Udayanidhi Stalin, where he said multiple functionaries shouted the actress Trisha's name, he just laughed at that and said that whether the water will come in Kaveri or not, it will come in the house, which indirectly mentioned the relationship that Vijay and Trisha shares, is what Udayanidhi pointed out yesterday, and that has created a lot of ruckus in the state. While many people did not react to it until yesterday evening, when the TVK leader started telling that it was a very, it's not just a derogatory remark against the women, but what Udayanidhi spoke felt like a pornographic sentence on stage while speaking about the Kaveri protest, is what the TVK minister Adav Arjuna had pointed out. As following that is when multiple people have registered complaints in police stations as well as the collectorate offices in various districts. Following that is when the Tanjore police had filed 6 sections as a part of the complaint and taken over, and he's now been detained.
All right, yeah. We also have the bite, the reaction, the dirty comment which was made, by Udayanidhi Stalin, which has been flagged, and also while the crowd was raising the slogans of Trisha, Trisha. So there was a below-the-belt remark that he made, and that is why this uproar and this anger, these protests which are happening, and he has been arrested. All right, now Ishita is also joining us from the newsroom. We'll also have Ishita joining us from the newsroom for all the latest updates in this case, because these are the 3 visuals that we have for you. First of all, he made the dirty comment, the remarks against Trisha, and he was smiling. Even after making the remarks, he seems to be quite relaxed, as if he did nothing wrong. And then the arrogance while the police was inside his residence and he was to be arrested. And the third video, he was finally arrested. And even now, protests are happening. And this is the TVK protest which is happening in Chennai. And these are the visuals of Udayanidhi being arrested. And this is DMK versus TVK counter protests also, which are happening as we speak in Chennai, because the DMK is adamant to defend the remarks which have been made by Udayanidhi Stalin. However, it's not possible because it's open, it's viral, it's available everywhere on the social media, the kind of remarks, the crass remarks which were made by Udayanidhi Stalin in this regard, and especially against a woman. And that's why you have the TVK women cadre, the workers, the protesters who are very angry, and they're protesting. They're on the streets in Chennai and they are raising slogans against Udayanidhi Stalin, that is the junior Stalin. And live visuals also of the TVK protest in Chennai and of the arrest that was made of Udayanidhi. All right, we have another big breaking news development that we are getting right now. This is Kannimozi, who is defending Udayanidhi Stalin. He says, it's being said by them, that arrest nothing but a revenge. A revenge, this is the statement again by Kannimozi, defending Udayanidhi Stalin. Defending Udayanidhi Stalin. And all right, we have Narayan Tirupati Tamil Nadu BJP chief spokesperson, joining us for a comment on what's unfolding in Chennai. Thanks a lot for joining, Narayan Tirupati. But if you can give a statement. What's your take on what's unfolding between the DMK and TVK? But the issue is concerns for the dignity of women and the kind of remarks, the below-the-belt remarks which were made by Udayanidhi Stalin.
No, see, this is nothing to do with DMK and TVK or Udayanidhi or Trisha or Vijay. This is about the dignity of the women. We need to understand that, see, I'm sitting in Tamil Nadu where what he spoke in Tamil will not be understood by you. You cannot understand. Nobody can understand the way, he had derogatorily mentioned about Trisha, particularly women, the way the gestures he made and everything. See, no politician, no human being in this world will speak like that, and he has spoken like that. The arrest of Udayanidhi Stalin is welcome. It is a bold step by the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Joseph Vijay, and also the TVK government and the Tamil Nadu police. I think this will definitely make other people who are not bothered about the dignity of the women, they will hesitate to talk about about women in future. I think this is a welcome step. It's a very bold move.
Yet also, this is not the first time a remark has been made by the DMK leaders against women, and accountability needs to be set, sir, in this regards also. And don't you think, while they are defending, while they are also on the streets, and there should be some sort of an accountability, they are a political party and not just some layman?
Definitely, yes. There are third-rated speakers in DMK we have seen. Even during DMK period, they have spoken ill about Kushbu, they have spoken ill about our leaders in Tamil Nadu, BJP and other leaders. But now the LOP, the leader of opposition and former deputy chief minister and also the present leader of opposition, talking like this sarcastically, definitely it is not good for the society. It is an anti-social speech, anti-social gesture. I think this will send a strong message that in future, nobody dare to talk about women. And I think he should go behind bars.
All right, so you are with the TVK in this case, that there should be action that is happening, and it's correct that he has been arrested. But however, the DMK will call it political vendetta and call it as politics.
Sir, we are not bothered about what they call, okay? Not about, as I told you, it is not that I am with TVK in this. In fact, I have been opposing what all TVK, the mistakes, what all they have done, and they are doing, and in future also I will definitely oppose. But in this issue, see, it is in the name of freedom of speech, the dignity of women is being, literally damaged. And 100%, this is the right step. I think this is a very, very bold step with the spine. The Chief Minister...
Bold and much required, Narayan sir. Sir, please stay with us. We also have Felix Gerald, TVK spokesperson, joining us from Tamil Nadu. Felix Gerald, thanks a lot for joining, but we need your take, your comment on what's happening, because we are getting to know that Udayanidhi has been arrested for his remarks, the below-the-belt remarks he made against women, and especially Trisha.
Yeah, the law has taken its own course of action. Just because he is a leader of opposition, he has no right to talk about women in a disgusting way, the most disgusting comment that he passed. My questions to DMK men and Udayanidhi is one simple thing. Will he able to see the video and his speech, that especially that portion of his speech with his son and daughter? It is so ugly. It is so ugly. How can a person, a leader of opposition, pass such a comment in a public stage? And they are supposed to talk about the Kaveri issue. And passing such a comment, it shows how immature he is. He has no understanding about the society. He has no understanding about the womanhood, and he has no understanding about politics. He's so immature, and even today, even after his arrest, he was not able to understand the mistake that he made. The entire nation is talking about that. The entire political parties, irrespective of their differences, they are condemning Udayanidhi Stalin, and DMK is, staging protest.
Yeah. Now, what's your message?
Challenge.
What's your message, Felix?
That is what.
Yeah, what's your message to the DMK cadre who is protesting, who is defending the statements and they're saying that it's no big deal, not a big statement, not against women? What's your statement to them? What will you call them?
I have two important messages to the DMK men and the leadership. Udayanidhi Stalin should seek an apology, unconditional apology, and Mr. M.K. Stalin should condemn the act of his son, his speech, and also he should condemn the act of DMK men, because they should understand the society and the importance of women. And it is passing derogatory statements against women is the very much part of DNA of DMK.
All right, sir. Thanks a lot for thanks a lot for joining. But also BJP is appreciating the kind of action which is happening. We also have Narayan Tirupati, who continues to be with us, and this was the official reaction by Felix Gerald, official reaction by TVK. Sir, do you think that the BJP is also going to stage protest like the DMK, the TVK especially, against Udayanidhi Stalin? Will the BJP cadre be also on ground protesting against the comments that have been made by Udayanidhi Stalin, sir?
See, already I think I was the very first person to ask for Udayanidhi's arrest yesterday. And our leaders also in office bearers in Tamil Nadu also had very clearly demanded action against Udayanidhi Stalin. So that has been done. So where is the need for protest now? The DMK people who are protesting is definitely, they are ignorant. In fact, I request all DMK cadres to just see what Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin spoke. Will you be in a position to listen to the speech with your family? Will that be possible for you? No. So you should have some conscience. And Mr. Udayanidhi, we don't expect apologies from Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin also, because it is in the gene of DMK. And he should be punished. He should be punished. This will definitely be a very big lesson for those who are trying to, in the name of freedom of speech, who are trying to damage the dignity of the women. So definitely it is a welcome sign. It should happen, and I am very happy, and I congratulate Mr. Vijay for doing this.
So that's a big statement that you are making right now, congratulating the TVK in this regards. But also, sir, he's a big leader, Udayanidhi Stalin. He'll have all his lawyers in place and they will be fighting all the cases. How difficult will this case be to take forward? Because they approached the High Court for an anticipatory bail, and the case was even listed, and there was a stay on his arrest till 12. So you understand it's a very high-profile case. But it's about the dignity of women. It was in social media. They cannot deny it.
Let us see what the courts decide, whether it is freedom of speech or the dignity of women. That's all I can say. Let us wait for the courts, whatever it says.
All right, sir. But also the kind of remarks that have been continuously made by the DMK, whether it be about women, whether it be about Hindus, and the way they stand in the defensive position, trying to defend the kind of statements that they have made. Some political pro-DMK, pro-analysts also joined us, and they said that they are making a big deal out of it. And there have been insults made previously, whether it be senior political leaders regarding their families, they have been abused, but there have been no big charges against them. But this time there is action, heavy deployment, this should have been avoided. They're defending, sir.
See, let them defend. They have money, they have their party's organization. So let them defend what is there. Law is there, God is there. And people of Tamil Nadu, the women of India, will definitely take care of Udayanidhi Stalin.
Okay. Thanks a lot, sir, for your comment. Stay with us, sir. We also have a Tamilisai Soundarajan joining us. Thanks a lot for joining, but we need your take, your initial comment. Below the belt remarks, and you understand it concerns the dignity of the women, but still the DMK cadre, the workers are on the ground, they're protesting, they're defending Udayanidhi Stalin. Ma'am, he was smiling while he made those remarks. Tamilisai. All right, I guess there seems to be a technical issue.
சார் கையில எப்படி பாக்குறீங்க சார் உதயநிதியோட கையில எப்படி இருக்காரு இந்த அரஸ்ட் எப்படி பாக்குறீங்க அதிமுக காலத்துக்கு அப்புறமா திரும்பவும் தாவேகா காலத்துல திமுக தலைவர் ஒருத்தர் கைது செய்யப்பட்டிருக்காரு.
All right, so no comments by MK Stalin. He knows he can't defend it because it's in the open. He doesn't want to defend it because it's caught on camera, the kind of remarks and the way Udaynidhi, the junior Stalin, was smiling. And there are no words for the media. He can't defend it. I hope my guests are back and there's no technical